Okay, so halfway. So maybe I should sit on that side if I have to change some things.
You never know if I'm in there.
Good afternoon, everybody who showed up on time. Give us a couple more minutes here. We're gonna get started. Okay, we're gonna get started in
Not when
2
anybody's
minutes.
listening.
We're gonna get started in 2 minutes.
Hi.
And I have my phone ready if anybody has questions. for me.
All right, sounds good. Okay, we're off mute. My screen brighter. All right.
Need that light on, plug it in.
Dorleen, you could hear me? Give me a thumbs up.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
okay, good. Thank you. You're the one, you're the video I could see. That's why I asked.
Oh, okay.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our 2021 Spring Assembly. We're in for an amazing 2 days of presentations, updates, sharing options of where we're going, getting options from you, challenges. We're going to share with you our challenges because as we move forward, we always have to address our challenges, but also share our opportunities. I'm going to render a prayer for us. I was given a Cree prayer by one of our late family members of Cowessess, the late Daring Oka Mason. He gave me a prayer and told me to always say it with pride, so I'll render our prayer at this time. Notawi kase manito wi chihanan anun awi imanan anutska kisakak nianan napio napesis isquel isquasis ekwa kakio tutukak isi nuk ota aski kitutu mihinan. Our Creator, our God, our higher power, we thank you for this beautiful day. We give gratitude to everything around us. We try not to take anything for advantage. As a First Nation, we're healing, we're getting stronger one day at a time. And we ask you to bless our assembly today and moving forward as a First Nation. Hi. Awesome. Well, thank you very much, everybody, for joining. Just a couple Zoom housekeepings. If you could keep it on mute, that would be great. We do have options to get your questions, to get your input. Here's our agenda for today. So we have, we're already a couple minutes behind, but we'll make that up. We have our opening comments from myself. Kathy, our Director of Finance, is going to start off with our budgets. We approved our budget. Our Executive Director, Angie, and then all of our directors, including our manager of the golf course. And if all goes as well, we should be completing tonight by 8 p.m. Some of the things I just wanted to mention was we are giving incentives to watch. We're giving away tonight a $500 patio set. So if your name will be put in the draw. But you got to be watching for minimum an hour. You can't just join and then log off and think that was good enough. You have to join for a while. We're going to do our best to address concerns, comments, questions. We do have a couple options. You can text them. You could put them in the chat. You could If you want to speak up as well, we just want to make sure that if you hit on mute, that we're ready for it and stuff like that. If people are not on mute, I will call you out in a nice way to hit mute. I can mute you from here, and I don't like silencing our people, but if I have to hit mute, don't take it offensive. I'm just hitting mute because maybe you forgot to hit mute, just for the respect of everybody listening. We're glad you're safe at home. We wish we could be doing this at the hall or something, but this pandemic is still here. It's still with us, and we're getting through it together. So really quickly, I just wanted to explain to you before we get into our first presentation, what we are doing. And I start off with, I think I'm sharing it. I start off with just a little bit of governance. We're always focusing on self-government. That's the end goal. And we have many things to focus on. Your chief and council are elected every 4 years. But these are things that we're moving forward with and you're going to get presented to. So chief and council are going to present tomorrow. Ventures is our business entity. They look after our businesses. They're presenting tomorrow. You see Cowessess Ventures. Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge is our child welfare organization, protection and prevention. They're presenting tomorrow. Little Child Community Development is our gaming. They're presenting tomorrow. Mickey Wam is our strategic planning for housing. They're presenting tomorrow. Treaty Land Entitlement is presenting tomorrow. And Eagle Women Tribunal is presenting tomorrow. Today's presentation is all in administration. And so just to kind of let you know that we have many great things in many different areas, but administration is one of our biggest ones. And so today's presentations are predominantly all about administration. And I just wanted to show you one last chart here. So this is just kind of a breakdown of what we're going to be presenting today. And so Angie, our executive director, you'll see the third block there. Everything under her we're presenting today. So Kelly, our director of health, Bonnie, our director of housing, Ira, our director of facilities and infrastructure, Kevin, our director of justice, Barry, our director of community preparation center, Loretta, our director of lands, Sandy, our director of education, Jessica, our director of economic development, Jody, our director of urban services. Also, Jamie will be presenting on the golf course. So on the left side here of Angie, you'll see finance. That's where Kathy will be presenting. And then Angie will be presenting for human resources, communications, and whatnot. So trying to make charts to make them more simple for you to follow. So all these things left and right of chief and council will be presented tomorrow. So these charts, will make them available as well, just so you can look at them. But without further ado, let's get right into our presentation. So at this time, I would like to call up our first presenter, and that would be Kathy Buckles. So come on down, Kathy Buckles. See, it's kind of like a game show in here. So Kathy Buckles is an Aries. Oh no, am I
Gemini.
Oh, a Gemini. Sorry, I'm getting it wrong right away. So just 1 second here. So Kathy, we can. Did you want to get right into the presentation? All right. So good afternoon, Kathy. So Kathy is our director of finance. A great grandma in the community and has been with the organizations for many years and looks after our Sunya. So Kathy, you present and I'll ask a few questions after.
Before we get started, Chief, though, today's my birthday. I'm 60, so I'm going to be kind of bold here and make you follow COVID rules, please.
Happy birthday.
Oh, it won't go.
Are we singing? Oh, no, we're not singing. Let me see this. Look at that. See, it doesn't even want to come out. You know what? I washed my hands when I woke up this morning, so I'm pretty good. Clean.
Yay.
Thank you and happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you. So we were asked to present a number of things. I'm going to be presenting the budget. It's on a spreadsheet, and I don't know if the chief has it up yet.
You want me to show it now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just your Vanna White here, so you just tell me. Okay. Squad, just changing screens here. Kathy does have a couple of slides here. So
Yeah,
let
go
me,
to the very first tab.
the revenue.
Then up the very first tab on the spreadsheet.
Oh, okay, numbers.
I'm just gonna quickly go over the actual numbers and then I'll just show you in a pie format so you can maybe have a more visual picture of what we have. Our total resources this year estimated is 16 million. And then where they come from, you'll see the percentages. We get about 61% from Indian Affairs, which is now called Indigenous Services Canada. And that encompasses both the old INAC and health. And then we get our money from our own source revenue, which is the revenue trust account. We get about 11% from there. This year, First Nations Trust, we're not getting anything as of yet that we know of. TLE, we are getting 459,000 from the interest drawdown. Our community development, we are getting about 250,000. And then we get other sources such as from FSIN, Government of Canada, Natural Resource Canada. We get lagoon fees, we sell water, we sell some of our hay, administration fees, etc. All of those total up to 16 million. Our expenditures to them, percentage of expenditures attributed to the 16,427,000 is administration fees, 789,000, committee expenses of 29,000. Our wages are 7,214,000. Any travel and workshops is 143,000. Our operating costs, which is like utilities, rent, SGI license plates, insurance, etc., is 2,389,000. And then we have program specific such as post-secondary house living allowance. We pay provincial tuition fees. We have health programming, etc., that are specific to those funding areas that we get. And we spend 5.8 million. This year we're budgeting about 37,000 in capital asset additions. So you'll notice we have budgeted a deficit of about 374,000. We would have been in the black if we knew we were getting First Nations Trust dollars, something we're still waiting for. And in the meantime, staff are being diligent and looking for any type of grants that they can find or any other sources of income. And I just, at the very bottom, I'm going to show, we went through 4 rounds of our budget process. In the first draft, we had a $2 million deficit. So we were asked to cut. And when we came back, program managers still had many priorities and we were at 1.8 million. And then the third round, we were at 1.3 and we were told, no, it has to be smaller. We have to try and balance our budget the best we can. And we had to cut a lot of wishes, a lot of things that we would have liked to have done for membership, both here and our urban people. So we ended up with a $327,000 deficit. So I'll just show you the pie chart. I just wanted to show it in pie chart form so you can see the majority of our money comes from ISK, which is, like I said, Indigenous Affairs. And then the next big source is a number of combination of other sources is the next part. The other big part is our own source revenue from the revenue trust account. Right now, money that goes into the revenue trust account is our land leases from our reserve status land. And the lands department does a really, really great job of collecting the money and ensuring that we aren't having anybody lagging behind with their payments. And then, of course, First Nation Trust is a little 0-0 TLE. It's only 3%. And again, community development is only 2%. That makes up our pie structure of our revenues. And in our expenditures, you can see that the largest expenditure is wages and benefits. That's the big green on the right. But then also the next largest is our programming, which we have for membership, such as the urban post-secondary, like I said, living allowance, tuition, health, where we do family day. I'm trying to think of some other things. We do Mother's Day, Father's Day. You know, if you're out here, come and join us on the activities that we have when we have them. And then our operating costs are the next one. And capital assets is the next. And the very smallest is our travel and workshops, which we're trying hard because of COVID to limit. A lot of our staff take online classes. I know mine are scheduled for a number of them this year. So if you want to go to the next chart, the next tab, Chief. So of our expenses, it's pretty close to what our expense category looked like. But compared to our revenues, this is how much the expenses eat of the revenues. And like I said, it's pretty much the same, some slight differences. And the reason it's some slight differences is due to the fact that we have a deficit. Trying to think which one is, for example, I'm trying to look, they're all pretty much the same. I thought there was one that I noticed that was really different, but I guess that they're all pretty much the same due to, again, the closeness of the revenue and the closeness of the expenses.
Mhm.
I think that's it for the budget, unless anybody has any questions in regards to budgeting.
Did you have anything in the PowerPoint?
Just that. I have a couple slides there.
Okay.
So, and does anybody have any questions on the budget, Chief?
I don't hear any questions, so we'll just keep going.
Okay. So the next thing we were asked to look at our short-term and long-term goals in our department and what would we do. And for me in finance, I've only been back in there in 2 years. If you remember, about 2 years ago, I was filling in for the executive director before Angie came on board, which is great. I would never want that job ever again. So in finance, I have the best staff ever. I have Judy Delorme. She's an accountant 2. I have Ccac. She's an accountant 1. Corey Stevenson, he's an accountant 1. I have Elena Buckles, Roberta Delorme, Shannon Delorme, and Lakeisha Foreman. Those are the ones that do the hard work of paying the bills, making sure we're keeping on time and not lagging behind, making sure we have good credit with everybody by doing that. They're just a wonderful team. I can't ask for anybody better. So we're in the process. When I first came back, there was in the process. When we first came back, I was very, very much into a lot of things and trying to organize them. So we are still, I think we're at where we should be with our staff, except for I'm going to be looking for a new staff member. I've been threatening my staff for the last 2 years that I only have a few years left till I want to retire. So I'm looking for someone that will come and mentor over the next few years, somebody that wants to be a director, somebody that has a good head about reading financial statements and being able to advise chief and counsel. That's not one of my strong points. My strong points are teaching, which is what I really like to do with the staff. I like teaching them to the proper way to record entries, make sure you have your documentation, working with the staff, teaching them how to read their budgets, etc. So I'm really hoping somebody will come forward and put their name in, that they are interested in trying it. Or, even if they want to come for a 6 month comment, anything. I'm looking for ways for my succession planning, and I'm really having a hard time with that. You can go on to the next one there. Some challenges that we've faced in our department are training and education of the staff, finding the time to allow them to do that, to take that training. And we've had a lot of time when we've had to work from home. That was hard. We are now set up that any staff member from finance that needs to work from home can do work from home, because we are on a server and they can access their work anywhere that they are at. So again, how to deal with that new staff member, how to, where do I go? What do I do? There is not a lot of people in the area. So it's going to end up probably being somebody that was really in love with Cowessess and really either wants to come home or wants to help the nation in their way that they can. Put it out there if you have friends, family, anybody that wants to put in. Okay. So in the next 6 months to 2 years, we're working towards no paper checks anymore. Really would like the direct deposit. You know, it's safe, it's economical. We're not killing any more trees, and you won't lose your Christmas check. That's for sure. As long as you keep your bank information current with us, it would be really great. We are also working towards being able to send out when we do a direct deposit. We're working on being able to send out those statements so people know what they got and what it was for. Because a lot of times you see something from Cowessess and you're like, oh, what was that for? So you'll get a statement if you have email. And same with our payroll checks. We want to do that. But that's about it for me. We aren't given much time. There's many of us to present to you.
I think that was it, Dave. Oh. Squaw.
Thank you, Kathy. Just wanted to have a little conversation. First Nations Trust, so that's our gaming dollars. We did pass up a negative budget, a deficit, and in our financial bylaw, it states you must present it to the people when you have a negative budget. We had to approve a negative budget at the end of $327,000. We do plan on adjusting that. We can't work with a negative budget till the end. We could start off with one, and with guidance from yourself and with council's direction, we'll adjust accordingly when we confirm where our revenue is coming from. Good. I want to talk about the financial bylaw. We have one of the best, and I'm a little biased, but we have one of the best bylaws in the country when it comes to the financial bylaw. Maybe you can explain to the everybody listening what the financial bylaw, how it helps you and your department.
Well, a couple of things. It outlines the role of the executive director in relationship to finances. It outlines my position and what my relationship is and my duties and responsibilities, as well as council. It also outlines our borrowing, how much we can, like how to borrow, our banking, who can sign checks, and what can be processed, you know, how it can be processed. We have to have an approved listing of positions that can have a certain spending limit. And there's a lot of things in there, Chief.
Good. If anybody wants a copy of it to view it, we do have a really good one. Two more questions. The funding relationship with Canada. So, you know, in the past 25 plus years, we've approved a 2-year funding agreement, a 4-year funding agreement, a 5-year block funding. But it's always been Canada coming here and telling us to approve this. As we're moving to a real true self-government, it's now our turn to prepare a relationship with them. In Canada, they call it the 10-year grant. To us, to me, it's self-government. But can you explain a little bit of challenges and opportunities moving forward with our funding relationship with Canada?
For me, having watched in the past that the signing of the agreements, you know, and our agreement does say that we negotiated. Well, thank you. It's fun. But no, we don't ever get to really negotiate. And I just really appreciate the example that Chief Red Bear Children's Lodge has set for us in dealing with the government, which I hope we're going to try. And we have the challenges I find are the limitations that are put on the dollars, like what we can spend the money on, how we can spend it, when we have to spend it. Like some of the funding you have to spend by March 31st, some of it you can carry forward. All of that, the whole thing is challenging.
Yeah,
with that.
For sure. One of the challenges you've been discussing with council is housing deficit. Kathy and the finance team have been addressing in a nice data system the years of the deficit, and we're looking at a couple $1 million over the last 25 years of unpaid utility or unpaid maintenance fees, CMHC mortgage payments from the tenants. Just from a finance perspective, how have you been capturing that over the years to add it up now before the council work with the people to address it?
Right now, we were given in 2017, CMHC bought us the accounts receivable program.
Mm-hmm.
So right now I have 2 staff members that are dedicated to rebuilding your accounts that you have. If you have a maintenance account with us or a rent account with us, my staff are rebuilding. And so some people are getting invoices and they're like, why do I getting invoices?
Yeah.
I paid. And when we realize you paid, but you have to realize we're getting those invoices out that did not get out, that should have gotten out.
Mm-hmm.
And so finance is doing that from the years 2017 until current. We are building those files. And I believe I'm real comfortable as an accountant going back to 2010 and looking at prior rental arrears. And so the research that housing is going to be doing, I believe, is from 2010 to 2016.
Mm-hmm.
And they'll be researching payments and you know, who lived where, when, and they'll be sending stuff out too, I'm sure. And people, I hope you don't get upset. I hope you just come to us and you say, well, I don't think this is right. Because between 2010 and the time that we're rebuilding, sure, your rent was captured, but it was captured as a deposit. And if you didn't get a receipt, or even if you got a receipt, sometimes it wasn't labeled in the accounting books. It was called a deposit. So we have to go back through those receipt books and figure out who paid, you know, who was on social assistance and had social assistance pay. There's a lot of work to that section. But from 2017 forward, we're hoping by September, we'll be able to send out invoices for the maintenance fees and the rentals, as well as statements that will show what invoices are owing, what payments you've made, things like that.
Yeah. Well, when I go ask Kathy something and it involves money and she tells me no, she knows my mid-the-way pouting face, but I don't argue with our director of finance. Kathy, you're so valuable to us and you're doing a great job. And tell the staff that too, that you know, everything you presented, it's the end goal is self-government. You know, we run a good finance. We run $16 million out of our finance department. Sometimes people want their check right then and there, and you know, there's processes and patience for everybody. And so, you know, I know finance is the heartbeat, and you're all doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
If there's no questions, we'll move on to our next presenter.
You're chatting now.
I
No,
don't
nothing in the
see.
chat.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you,
Thank you.
Kathy,
Thank
and
you.
happy birthday. Yes.
Happy birthday. Thank you.
All right, give us a minute here. We're transitioning to our next one.
Should we have the camera on you too when we're talking?
Isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I was hoping it is.
okay. I just
Yes.
was looking up there.
All right.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I don't know why it shows that, but all right, our next on the agenda here, I'm going to throw up the agenda quickly. We have more people that showed up. Thank you for attending. You're at our General Assembly. So we just finished Kathy Buckles, our Director of Finance, and she explained our global budget, explained why we had to approve a negative budget, but we are going to adjust it once we find out where the First Nation Trust dollars are coming and whatnot. Our next one is Angie Yellowbird. Angie Yellowbird, some of us might know her as Angie Tanner. Angie was recently snagged and married south of the medicine line. So Angie Yellowbird, very proud grandma in the community, and has been our executive director for just about 2 years now.
2 years.
Feels like a sentence at times.
Yes.
It's a very tough position here. Our executive director has about 1,000 bosses, and so the executive director gets the direction from chief and council. That's chief and council's main employee. The executive director has 143 staff that she's responsible for. She has 4,300 citizens constantly seeking advice, help, knowledge. And then she has about 20 partners that are partners with Cowessess. So it's definitely a heavy job, and you do an amazing job of it. So Angie, opening comments. You want me to throw it up on the slide right away? You tell me.
You can put the slide up. I think a lot of the stuff that I have up there will explain a lot.
Sounds good. All right.
Okay, first of all, good afternoon, good evening, membership, as well as thank you for the prayer, Chief. I just want to say it's been amazing past 2 years. It's been a very huge learning curve for myself to step out of the box when it comes to being a director, as I was destined to be a health director for the rest of my life, and that just didn't happen. So I, at the support of my fellow directors, I made the step into the role of executive director, and yes, it's been challenging, but been a worthy challenge right from the start. So just going into my report. In the administration department, we currently employ 15 employees, with 80% being Cowessess members and 86% being Cowessess community members. So the Cowessess First Nation Administration Organization currently has 12 departments, and which is who you'll hear from this evening. We have 2 Cowessess-owned entities, which is the Lasto Golf and Country Club, as well as the mall. And we currently employ approximately 180 employees at any given time. We are getting back up there again because of summer and the golf course is open. So we have new positions being posted and what have you. So it kind of fluctuates depending on what time of year it is and what exactly we're working towards.
It's not the way.
Oh, it's not.
Let me see here. We're showing the screen, don't we? There we go.
Okay, just as Kathy has presented, Kathy and I work very closely together. Our directives are listed in the financial bylaw. So if you ever want to know how Kathy and I both work together as Director of Finance and Executive Director, it is listed in that financial bylaw. So we work together very closely on ensuring that we're meeting the bylaw standards. The overall administration organization budget revenue is $16 million. Our overall administration budget expenditures are 16.4. So you do again see the deficit up there. In relation to that deficit, again, we'll explain why we have a deficit. All First Nations in Saskatchewan receive First Nations trust funding, which comes from the casino revenue share agreements between Saskatchewan and the First Nations of Saskatchewan. Unfortunately, due to COVID, both the provincial and First Nation casinos have been closed, and there is no revenue to be had. This has drastically reduced the funding allocation that comes to Cowessess First Nation, and the result is the deficit that we are currently facing. We are currently seeking funding through proposals for funding and grants to help offset this deficit. So we do work with a company that deals with the search for additional grant opportunities and opportunities to submit proposals on the higher level. So I have my co-worker, the Admin Nation Navigator, Jennifer Pelche, working on that and letting the directors know where there's money to be had. And those directors are in fact making applications, submitting proposals. So it's through that line of funding revenue that we hope to be able to help offset that deficit. As stated again by Kathy, the current funding sources are Indigenous Services Canada, Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technologies, Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations, Justice Canada, Saskatchewan Justice, Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation, First Nations Trust, Revenue Trust, our own source revenue, and proposal and grants. Some of the short-term goals that we are working towards is to ensure that the necessary organizational structure is in place that promotes a high level of pride and appreciation for the organization. This includes having the necessary policies and procedures in place that provides guidance and protection to the employees and the employer. So as program directors, we all do meet on a bi-weekly basis. We're constantly working together to try and enhance the structure of the organization, always keeping in mind our employees, always keeping in mind the forward future as to what we can do to enhance our organization, how we can achieve those goals that we're trying to so drastically want to enhance our community. Identifying, addressing the immediate needs of the community in a manner that's most economical and efficient and in the best interest of those who are affected by those needs not being met. So whenever we're planning, whenever we're organizing or trying to coordinate anything that's going on in the community, we always try to be cost efficient. We always try to be looking at the most economical way of getting something done, just so that we ensure that the funding that we have is that there is enough there to go around to all the areas in which we want to address. Long-term goals, more office space is needed either by adding to the existing building or finding out what the options are and trying to have a new administration built for Cowessess that could potentially hold all departments of the organization. I think that would be an extreme goal for Cowessess, is to actually have a office building here within the community that does keep all our employees together, all the departments. It would enhance our collaborations. It would enhance our ability to work with each other and being able to support one another. But we've outgrown the band office here. I think the only space we have left is the old smoking room that's listed on top of the band, the old side of the band office. That's the only space we have left at the moment. So, including our mall is fully leased out. The education center is fully utilized. So we are totally out of office space, and we're definitely looking for means of being able to increase that. As an organization, working towards providing services to our community members that are not easily accessible by building our own, such as a family treatment center, a long-term care center, safe shelter for both men and women, etc. So these are areas that, whether they're not accessible to us at this point because of distance, whether or not the opportunities there to be able to build in our own community, a care center such as that. We're trying to look at the long-term vision of our community to be able to ensure that being sovereign, that we can look at after all our community members, all our citizens here within the community. So it's a huge wish list. It's a wish list that will probably take to the next 10, 20, maybe 30 years to be accomplished, but it's definitely something that's always in our mind moving forward. As an independent nation, the sky is the limit when we put our hearts and minds together. Continuing to enhance communication channels and in particularly develop our radio station to be an independent source of revenue generation. So we, as you're all aware, we have the radio station. So it's still in startup mode, if you want to call it that. It's getting there. It's getting very beneficial for the community. Now looking at potentially providing program director reports, as well as my own report. Perhaps chief and council will do reports over the radio, more announcements, more getting to know our community, and having interviews with those that would have a huge impact on our community. So some of the challenges we're currently dealing with is the office space and storage shortages, as I had mentioned. We've even run out of places to store our files that we are required by law to keep for 7 years. So we're looking at other means such as more CCANs or whatever the case may be. We'll be looking into options of increasing the administration office space. We are understaffed, which is a result of no one applying to job opportunities for the organization. Saskatchewan's minimum wage is $11.45 per hour. We pay $15 an hour as our Cowessess First Nation minimum wage in any base position within the organization, which is approximately 24% more than the Saskatchewan's rate, with no income tax deductions for status members. We need more community members and members at large who wish to become fully employed to apply to the postings that are shared with the public. Currently, our casual list, we don't have any. We don't have a casual list. We don't have anybody to call in if, say, if our receptionist is sick for a few days, we have nobody to call in. If we need a janitor for a few days, we have nobody to call in. There are individuals in the community who I know are available to work. However, they have not applied with the First Nation, with the organization, and we're calling on them to please submit your application, submit your resumes. We're trying our best to be what do you call it? What's the word? Fair wage in comparison with the province when it comes to any of our technical positions. We're trying to be equivalent to, or as best as we could be. in some of our positions, but as Kathy has stated, our budgets are limited. We are given only so much, and we can only do so much with what funding that we have. So we are trying our best to try and meet those level of pay to entice our own community members to come home, those that are educated with the degrees and everything like that. It's getting to that point where, we have nowhere to go to seek more Cowessess members to apply for our positions. So in conclusion, in the next few years, it is my goal to ensure that there are proper communication mechanisms put into place for transparency and accountability purposes, both within the organization and with the community. This would ensure that the Cowessess operates in a unified manner by having the community involved in the important decision-making process when required, that would have an impact on the future of the organization and the community. It is our goal to be more informative and ensure that the necessary policy and procedures are in place to promote fairness and unbiased decisions being made. So all in all, as the executive director, my role is to ensure that the necessary policies and procedures are in place to allow for that structure, for the protection of not only the employees, but for the employer as well, and enforcing those policies and procedures. At times, hard decisions have to be made, but when we're always thinking in the best interest of the organization, the best interest of the community, and we try our best to work with that individual to keep moving forward. So in a nutshell, I'm here 8 till 4:30, sometimes 7:30, sometimes 10, like tonight. But I'm always available for questions. My phone number is always listed. Please feel free to call me if you have any questions with regards to anything about the administration in Cowessess.
Thank you, Angie. Starting off with the radio. Oh, there's some sad songs they play on there. So I think of exes and oh man, there's
You have exes?
Oh yeah. Don't let Kim know, but let's start off with communications. Rhoda, our communication specialist, works with you. What are some things in communications? We got the radio station, we got the website, we're doing social media. We got our staff emailing to each other. Communication to try get it to the citizens. We're doing Zoom right now. Where do you feel that communications could be going, or what is working well for you? Is there anything communications?
I think right now the radio station is really working well because it's accessing people that don't come to the office and have access to our radio, and they can listen in and hear what updates are having. We have a lot of people that don't go on social media either, so they're listening to the radio, they can catch up. We also have been implementing the newsletters, the monthly newsletters, so they're providing some information. It's hoped in the future that newsletter can get bigger with more information. We'll potentially have monthly reports from each of the departments, as well as the chief and council, So we're always looking for those, maybe we can have somebody deliver them to every home in the community. Then this way you have that opportunity to know on a more current basis as to what's happening. I'm really in support of the General Assemblies and all the information that's being provided. As you are aware, previously before, going back a few years, when it came time to have a General Assembly, administration had 20 minutes on the agenda. Well, now we have a whole evening, so we've got like four hours going here for administration, which is good. So now you know exactly what's going on within the organization as a whole versus just getting an update. So there's a lot of different areas we're looking into when it comes to communications with the band.
And one of the things that I see is we're so used to presenting to the government of Canada, always reporting. Now we're turning that to being self-government. And how do we better report to our citizens?
Exactly.
And that's and if people have ideas, we're looking for ideas. Just talking about one of the departments. So sports is on a pause right now. Explain why sports is on a pause.
Due to COVID, the sports department was put on hold because of there was all the necessary COVID precautions put into place, the protocols that were there. We couldn't have our youth playing games. They couldn't be in close proximity, which pretty much vetoed all the sports that they were able to participate in. So we've been very cognizant of what's happening with our neighbors, the province, and following through what it is that they're doing as well to show our support. So with the COVID restrictions currently in the process of going through steps with the province, we're trying to fall in line with them. The only problem we have right now is the funding, because the sports department is not funded by the by ISC, by Indigenous Services Canada. It's an own source funded department. And because, as you're aware, we are currently in a deficit, we don't have any funding for sports. However, we are currently looking at different proposal and grant opportunities to be able to bring that department back up and running. It's definitely too late for summer activities to get started. However, that's not stopping us from wanting to get some maybe teams going within the community here and having our kids playing against each other, maybe having games where they just come in and show up at the ball diamond, whoever's there, they'll all get a chance to play.
Yeah.
So we're trying our best.
For sure. And with it being an unfunded program from Government of Canada, it being 100% our own source dollars, that too, we
Yes.
have to bring into factor. With our new governance structure, council, our strategic planners, nation builders, focusing on areas for the long-term growth of our self-government, it frees up yourself and program managers to be, managers and have more responsibility, not have, in the past, certain counselors overlooking your shoulder at every moment, but it also allows you to build your own team. You've got currently one nation navigator, Jennifer Pelche, come back home now to help us as everybody wants to always try to help their nation. And so she is the nation navigator to helping the program managers. We also have a governance navigator that's posted. And then we talked about a community navigator. Can you explain just to our audience, how that will benefit you and how that'll benefit everybody getting along and kind of knowing where we're going?
Mm-hmm. So with regards to the new governance structure, the way that it's all operating now, the program directors have that opportunity to make those decisions that best suits their department. The policies are there, the financial bylaw is there, so they have the opportunity of seeing what is available, make those connections, bring that program to the community, and move forward with it. So with the chief and council having their own roles and responsibilities in the other areas, the required waiting period for having anything approved is no longer required, because the directors now have the authority to be able to go ahead and meet the needs of the people today, and not like further down the road type of thing. Also, the chief and council roles and responsibilities are areas that we do not have positions in, such as inherited treaty rights, such as duty to consult, community enhancement. We don't have positions in the organization to be able to offset those areas. So those are the areas that they work in. And when it gets to that point where technical assistance provided, that's when it's handed back down to the administration organization. So it's been working very well. We don't work in isolation. Like I said, as program directors, and myself as the executive director, we meet bi-weekly discussing everything and anything that's going on in our departments. We look to collaborate with each other. We look to support one another, give input, give insight. And if something's not a good idea, we definitely share those suggestions with them, and whatnot. So we're always working together for the best interests of the community at that technical level. So as I stated before, the admin nation navigator, Jennifer Pelche, has worked with more of the administrative side of the executive director office. I myself, I look at the bigger pictures, the long-term goals that I had mentioned on the finances, the policies and procedures and what have you. So we've been able to divvy up some of those responsibilities at that point. And the community navigator that we hope to be able to put into place someday is going to be that connection to you as the community. If you have any concerns or questions on any of the departments or anything that chief and council doing, that will be the role and responsibility of that community navigator. But that's a future position for us. We're looking to find funding for that. that position. And that goes along with that communications idea of enhancing that area for Cowessess. So it's been working really well. I myself, whenever there's information to be brought from chief and council, I take it to the program directors. And on a bi-weekly basis, I report to the chief and council on exactly what each and every one of the departments is doing to give them an update. And if they have any questions, they come to see me. I follow up with the necessary program director if I can't answer their question and what have you. So there's constant reporting back and forth, and it's working very well.
Nice. And chief and council approve the budgets, we approve the bylaws, the policies, and then you just implement them
Yes.
on our behalf. You report back to council. The Governance Nation Navigator, which is posted, or it's going to be posted,
Tomorrow.
it works with chief and council and yourself and the governance side of things.
Yes.
The Administrative Nation Navigator, which is Jennifer Pelche, she helps you in working with all the program managers and sometimes the staff. In the future, we're going to have a community navigator who will be doing things in the community and working with you. So all those three positions would connect back to make sure we're in sync.
Yes.
You have program manager meetings every week or 2
Every
weeks?
2 weeks.
Every 2 weeks?
Yeah.
So, there's no silos there. You all give your updates and whatnot. I want to move to I have two more things. The image of the office, two perspectives. Sometimes working on the First Nations, Kiam, it doesn't matter, they just kind of mama sheesh do anything they want over there. We are striving to be self-government. And then internally, just speaking openly, sometimes our own members, just a expect a little too much. Maybe we don't deliver at their expectation. And, we've had some pretty tough situations where some community members have swore at our staff, have got very upset, sometimes posting it on Facebook and, really looking for the collective of supporting why it's not working so good. What are some ideas and things you can share on how to change the image? Because we all have to get along. We're all in this together. We've all inherited such a interesting history, a lot of negative, and it all spills into sometimes your position, some of the staff position, and some of them, it gets really personal. So, the image, how would we move forward with creating a stronger image and a stronger administration based on our attitude?
That is definitely something, as an organization, we need, a lot of work is being done on, ensuring that structure is there and making sure the community knows of that structure. Previously, before YAD there was, Kiam, and it was like that for years type of thing. We as program directors are currently working towards getting out of that, I don't know what you want to call it, that work idea or that thought, type of thing, and really following structure with policies and procedures, making sure it's black and white, making sure that we're following through on what it is that we're trying to do in the best interest of the community. And we know what the issues are, we know what the problems are, we know we can't meet the needs of the community as fast as people would like. We are faced with different barriers when it comes to our funding and what we can and cannot do, and just know that when there's a situation we're faced with that we cannot do with our funding, we try find a way that we can. It doesn't happen the very same day, it may not happen the next day, but we're definitely working towards as to how to enhance what we can. COVID really threw us for a loop, and we've really stepped out of the box here and tried to meet the needs of the community in ways we've never done before, such as actually delivering food boxes to every home in the community. So, working towards that communication side as well so that exactly what's going on here, and there's no place for assumptions or any ideas that things are not being done appropriately and whatnot. So enhancing those communications, I definitely would improve the the identity of the organization itself. But as of late, Cowessess has a really good name out there. We have some interesting applications coming forth from individuals who want to work with Cowessess. They're more than interested in wanting to be part of the big boom that Cowessess is working towards, such as, following proper, how do you say, the way things should be done at First Nation level with, us being sovereign and whatnot. So I think it's really important that we keep that momentum going and ensure that momentum is being done by proper policies and procedures put in place, and then sharing those procedures, because everybody needs to know exactly where we're going, what we're doing. And it's work in progress, and it's going to continually being that way. I don't know if we'll ever get to that day where there we go, it's done type of thing. This is the process. I think it's going to be forever changing.
Yeah.
And meeting the days.
When our members have issues and they need them addressed or assessed or looked at, we call the chief, call a counselor, and to pick up and call housing if it's housing, call you if it's something. That's what we're trying to adjust to, is chief and council want this addressed. You want it addressed. It's just that, you call, the direct person that's overlooking it. And that's what we're trying to get to. So good. We're just about at 5. I want to stay on track, but I have 2 more quick questions. One of your successes, of many successes, is $15 minimum wage.
Yes.
We want to make sure we draw the best, retain the best, and show our staff that they're valued. Speak a little bit about that. Was one of your first initiatives when you started, is we raised our minimum wage to $15.
In the past, what our minimum wage was $12, and we found that it was very hard to retain employees. And through discussion with the director of finance, with all the program directors, we wanted to be at a threshold that would entice our members to apply for the positions here. Have employees come back home, and try and make this their home and be committed here, because all too often when you have a low wage like that, they come and they spend a couple months with us and then they move on. We're hoping that the higher wage will entice our members to continue working here, stay here with us, make your life here with us, and use us as a career moving forward, and helping the community as a whole move forward in the future. So definitely it was a huge endeavor to take on, because we all had to ensure that it could be covered by our budgets that we currently have, and we've made it happen. And that goes back to being making decisions that were most cost efficient and most economical in order to be able to meet that wage increase.
Yeah, no, very good. I'm very proud of that. My last question is about COVID-19. We're in month 15. You have been one of the leads in this. We have a COVID task force team made up of council and management. We meet weekly. The variant is here. More vaccines are being rolled out. Maybe just sum it up in regards from the executive director's office. COVID-19, we've been on this journey. What could you share at this time?
Definitely had not been in this place before. I think the last time there was a plague this way, or a pandemic this way, was 1920s, I think it was. So definitely nobody was prepared, and it really required us to really step up to the plate to put our minds together as to how best we were going to address this, because even the province and the countries didn't know how to address it as well. So if anything, we met regularly as the task force team. We met with the program directors as to who, what, where they can provide to our community, and trying to identify what those needs are. Trying to identify how best can we work with the community members to keep them safe, which, I'm going to go back to that food security program that we have, where homes were receiving food boxes, enticing people to not go to the city centers and, remain at home and only go if you necessarily have to, or go to the local towns and not to go to the like Regina or Yorkton type of thing, where at that time COVID was most prevalent. And, we didn't realize how, what that contagion level was at, you know, and literally everybody took the isolation away from each other very seriously at the start. You know, now today it's masks, you know, and you know, everybody's learning as we're going, and this is definitely an experience for the books, and we've all been taking notes, and you know, we're going to be moving forward with what we have learned, and we hope that we've been able to meet the needs of the community as best as we can. So we went through several different areas. Yeah.
I can explain the role of executive director and how tough it is, and how you're always so calm. Maybe not calm's the word, but you're always so ready to address it. And you know, being a kokum in this community and being in your position, I find executive director one of the toughest positions. Housing is not too far off, but executive director is one that you have 4,300 bosses, and you do a great job. We're surrounded by women, females at the executive level, and I just got to look at you, and when you give me those eyes, I'll ask later. I know you're busy, so I just have to give you the look sometimes. I'm like, you know what, I'll ask you later, and I'll walk away. But you know, we're striving for self-government, and you do an amazing job, and we're very blessed to have you as the executive director. I see no questions. I hear no questions, so keep up the good work, and we'll move on to the next presenter. Thank you, Angie.
I just wanted to make note that, you know, I grew up in this community. My goal was to stay in the community. I went and left the reserve to get my education, to come back and do the best that I can here for the community. And becoming the executive director has been a goal, and you know, to get to that position in life. And I'm really appreciative of all those that I've worked with. You know, have really made me who I am today. And I just hope that I continue to work the best way that I can to meet the needs of the community and the chief and council and the organization.
Absolutely. You're going above and beyond. Really quickly explain, as there's many people watching now, what positions you played in Cowessess to get to this. I don't want to age you. But I just like your story, because you know, we have people in finance right now, just frontline working, and that's where you were at one time.
Yes. Well, actually, I was a receptionist back in the late 80s. And then in the 90s, I was the lands coordinator, became certified back then. And then thereafter, I worked with ICFS for about 5 years. And then I went and got my education, came back, worked in finance, worked in became the health director. That was the area I worked in for quite a few years. Became health director, and then I was health director for 9 years, I think it was. And then been the executive director ever since. So slowly from the bottom up, you know, it didn't happen like, you know, in a short period of time. It took many years to get to where I'm at today, and you know, I'm enjoying it.
Well, good job. No, I hope somebody gets motivated from that, as we all need our success plan. So,
yes.
Well, thank you very much, Angie. Thank you very much. All right, we got next. I'm going to bring up the agenda. We got more people join now. So just to let you know, in the chambers, we got the winner's circle on my side over here. You can't see. So we got program managers waiting. So here's our agenda for the evening. We have just finished executive director. We're 7 minutes behind, but I know we'll make it up throughout the evening. At this time, I have Barry Sparvier. Come on down. You're the next contestant. Barry. Barry stands at a firm 5'8". Yeah. Am I trying to really give you that extra 2 inches? 5'6", I heard in the back. I'll stay at 5'8". Barry's a mushum in the community. You know, one of my mentors. One of my late dad's good friends, so I always look up to Barry. Barry's currently our director of our prevention center. Oh, I'm getting it. Yeah, say it.
I'm the director of employment training and support.
There we go. Out of the prevention center. Okay, I don't know why I'm trying to throw prevention.
Yeah.
Preparation, that's the word I'm looking for. My first hiccup of the night. It's not prevention, it's preparation center. So Barry has, yes. Oh yeah, we'll share in a little bit here, yeah. So Barry has been with us, played many roles from leadership to social assistance, administrator, today being a director, helping us well.
Barry, we'll get right into your presentation and ask some questions after. Did you want me to share the
Sure.
PowerPoint?
Yeah, share the PowerPoint.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm just gonna go with the PowerPoint and as as things come to mind, I'll.
Yeah, for sure. And I'll have questions at the end too. So there we go.
Okay, the Community Preparation Center, I think, was a brainchild of the chief back in 2018, 2017, with a grant proposal provided by former acting executive director Kathy. We had access to some money, so we amalgamated the I guess the social assistance office and labor force development kind of in the community center, where basically they deal with the same clients. We've been there just a little over 2 years. We started, staff started in late February of 2019. I'm the second director of the center since June of 2020, no, 2019. So I've been there most of the time. It's been there and it's still developing. Right now, as you see on the screen, I'm the Director of Employment and Training and Support. The administrative assistant with my assistant is Luana Redwood right now. The employment support mentor, that was my former position as before I became the director. We're still vacant. We're still, because of COVID-19, it's kind of slowed down. So I'm doing most of that work. We have an intake specialist, Stacy Van Meter. Basically, that would be the former welfare administrator or social assistance administrator. We do have a culture and the cultural counselor, basically for mental health within the social assistance clients and our employment and training clients. We had Glenn Elchie back when we started there, but he got a different position, and now there'll be a basic contracted position that we use. We had 2 intake specialists, but when we started in 2019 of February, we had in February we give the welfare checks out February 1st or 1st of each month. We had 121 welfare checks go out. The pay list I just made up or Stacy made up, and I brought to finance yesterday for the month of June. I think was 46 checks that we make out. So I think I have to say that the preparation center and amalgamation with the SA has been a total success. I was sitting with Angie one day and we figured it out. It's about 4% of the population of the unreserved people is on welfare, and I think in most places that's kind of unheard of. Our administrative clerk, Alicia Delorme, she's on short-term leave right now. We do have a couple. We do have her, someone filling in for her on a casual basis till she comes back. Next slide, yeah. At the Community Preparation Center, we kind of our objective is to decrease the dependency and create a strong community presence while delivering client-based programs and services. As I said before, we're amalgamated, so we're all in one space. So we know the income support clients or the welfare clients, and to deal with individually and as a group to try and get them into training. We have assessments that when they do apply for SA, there's an assessment to see what they have, what they need, and how we can help them. Right now, some of our things that we do down there, we have adult basic education classes, which we provide income support. They're in levels A, B, and C, or D. There's 4 levels, but we provide the 2 top levels is grade 10 and grade 12. Chief and myself are just at a small graduation for the grade 12s the other day on Tuesday. We had I think 5 graduates out of I think 7. A couple of them couldn't make it because of some was in isolation and the other one just couldn't make it. So Job placement assistance. Our office will help individuals with tools and equipment and clothing to be provided once they get a job. If they need steel-toed boots, if they need a hard hat, even if they need wrenches, specialized wrenches for carpentering and other things. We will help them with that. Work experience program. We assist some of the nation's businesses and their departments with clients' wages. We, if they're willing to go into that and learn in different areas of the First Nation and different departments, I'll help out with the wages for that department. So it's not, it helps with the finances of that department, being able to provide more services, I guess, be able to provide better, well, getting more experience within that and not have to go out and find people that to come into the reserve and do that. We have a community helpers program, again, which is another brainchild of Chief. He talked about that, I think, back in 2017, 2018, talking with Indian Affairs or ISC of how we can do this, with help out some of our SA clients when they're in need. They only get paid once a month, and sometimes that financial help doesn't last for the full month. So we made up a program and I got asked to do it. And I've been doing it ever since. Our office has been doing it in the short term. Like we just made up at our directors meeting a couple of weeks ago, we made up guidelines, because they're starting to, when something gets so good, we try to stretch it out. So we have to streamline it so we keep it within, I guess, doing good things, doing good business. And we haven't finalized it, we haven't ratified it yet. There's a few touch-ups that we have to, but we've basically got the idea. So anybody basically is geared for the ones who were on SA and needed help. The kids need Pampers, or they need milk and bread they come and do a day's work. And again, with Angie's $15 an hour, that's our minimum wage. The community helpers make $15 an hour. We don't interfere with their SA payments, because we provide them with gift cards or a PO to the store and we also provide POs to the co-op in town if they get produce or meat or whatever they need from town, and they have a way to town. That program assists even elders if they need someone to come and clean their yard. Some of the businesses, we get called sometimes to move furniture or to put boxes away for storage, and with the departments and with individuals. Some I guess health challenged individuals that have houses and need help, will provide that to them. As I said, they receive gifts for compensation. Community members or entities are needing short-term help. They can give Luana, who's my assistant, or myself a call at our office, and we'll provide to help. Also, anybody who thinks they or would like to come and be a helper, they can call the office and put their name up, or call the human resource office and put their name there and bring a resume there too.
Next slide.
So just some of the things that we've been doing or have done, labor force development. We have the ABE, as I said, we said 7 participants. They started in September last year, and it was a hard go for them, because we started in September. We tried to get them in the classroom. It was kind of a lull with the pandemic then, so we started them in the classroom, and then we had the second wave, so we had to send them home. We did everything online. They come back once a week for a while, and after Christmas they had to stay home and do everything. I'll do all their subjects online. But we did, as I mentioned before, me and the chief were at there, kind of had a little grad with social distancing and the regular protocols of the pandemic at our office. There's 5 that graduated and 2 that didn't complete the class. Security training with this pandemic and having to have border security at Actually, I think we had about 5 or 6 entrances to the reserve that we had to have security. So we had provided security training online. We have 13 participants. Only 2 completed the course, but they're still ongoing, taking the training on course. It's quite a lengthy program. If you did it face to face, it would take about 40 hours to do, but they're doing it online, and it takes a little bit. It's a little bit more focused, a little bit more harder to get done. Our work experience program, we have 1 participant just finished at Tassie's Tire Barn. We have the business, member-owned business on the reserve. I helped Tassie's Tire Barn with some wages for 1 member. The housing department right now, working with Bonnie in the housing department, I think we have 4 or 5 guys that I'm helping out with building the homes on the house and some renovations and other things, public buildings that they go to that need fixing up. Office administration, we had 7 participants that started just before the pandemic last year. And they were done December 18th. We had some Chapways members, some Zagame members coming, and we had 4 from Cowessess here. I think there was four that completed the program. Again, them 2 had to go home and do it online. And for some, it was quite challenging because being online on Zoom or Google Classroom or whatever, all during the day with the kids running around trying to cook dinner and get supper ready. It was quite a challenge for them, but I commended them on that. And actually, talking with the Chapways today, we kind of want to have a little graduation for them or a little celebration. So we're planning that right now. These are some of the stats for the last year in income assistance, which is the welfare system. Back in April of last year, that would have been up 2020. We started with 68, went to 63 in May, down to 41 in June, 41 in July. August was 44, 49. And it's keeping consistent within the 40s right now. I have to say, I think people are more motivated, and not this past year, but the year before. I had life skills classes. I had 4 life skills classes. Out of those 4 life skills classes, at 10 apiece, I probably, I think off the top of my head, I would say 27, 28 of them are either in training or have a job right now. So and for our office, that's one of the things that one of the things I think is the biggest help within to help our people to find jobs, to find themselves, to see who they are, see what they needed to deal with that, so that they can have a career and have a job and take care of their family in a better way. Those are things that I am trying to get looking at getting life skills back here, but I think the institutions, the instructors are still not too. They're still scared of the pandemic, and they don't want to put themselves in a position where they may spread it or may catch it from the reserve. That's
really quickly, just before our SA clients, a lot of them are in the single category.
80% of our wealth SA clients are single.
Mm-hmm. Not I don't know what pattern that means, but I just wanted to highlight that just while this chart is up. So.
And I'll say too, probably of those 50, 40, 30, 48, 40 single people, those are the older ones, and some of the I guess disabilities or health problems. So there's about 12 to 15 of those in there too.
Those are the ones that we have to be there for too.
Yeah.
On next slide. Oh, that's it.
That's it.
I just wanted to have a quick conversation, and well, very good, Barry. I just wanted to mention the story. In our preparation center is unique in Indian country. 2 years ago, we had the SA administrator was out of the health department, the post-secondary coordinator was out of a different office, and people would just walk in, get their check and leave. And so we started talking with ISC, Government of Canada, and we told them, so how does someone get off of SA? Explain to me. And so they put this big formula on the board, and at the end of the day, if someone was to get a job and they were only allowed to make, I think it was $75 before they got cut off SA. And people are on that are on SA, it's hard to get off because you go for like 4 weeks without your utilities being paid. You got to transition out. So what we said is, so we can't pay SA clients cash. And then that's when Cowessess said, well, can we pay them gift cards? And that's when ISC looked at us and said, well, we can't track gift cards. So that kind of gave birth to the community members helping community members.
Yeah.
And I know in one of your reports, you showed that it was being quite used at one time. But, you know, it's like when someone wakes up in the morning and they just want to make a little extra money that day, all they have to do is contact the office, and we'll do our best. We can't guarantee, but we'll do our best that we could help them get a job that day.
Yeah.
And then they get a gift card. They can get it to the local grocery store if they wanted it to Walmart or Superstore.
Yes.
So very good there. I wanted to mention COVID-19 with our social assistant clients. You have brought forward some very aggressive help for them. We have cleaned their ducts in their houses. We have provided them freezers because they're home safe and they have to. Yeah, maybe just explain how COVID-19 has allowed you as the director to make sure that the clients have a strong voice.
Well, with the COVID-19, there's extra money provided for SA clients, and just brainstorming with the staff, and again with our task force team and different things, that how we're able to help our SA clients be safe and stay home and not have to go out. We cleaned the duct and the furnaces and duct work of their houses, so that the virus is supposed to be spread by breathing in the air. We cleaned those. We bought them small freezers, and each $200 meat package from Grayson, the Ottenbrights in Grayson. We provided we've got coolers, water coolers. Get them the water coolers and some bottled water.
Yeah.
We provided them with, I think, with each a set of sheets and some towels, just to stay home, stay clean, and help prevent the spread of the virus.
Absolutely. My last question is going to be about reporting back, but I just wanted to mention SA social assistance has a very, sometimes it's not viewed of what it's meant to be. Like, I give you an example. One young man moved to Cowessess from Vancouver, and he said the moment he got here, the first thing he was told is go sign up for SA. And he said coming from Vancouver, he didn't really know what SA was. He was a younger man. And that's kind of the mentality it's been on the reserve is, as soon as you move home, go sign up for SA. And, we have a lot of capable workers, and I know your approach with the preparation center is addressing that, because our social assistant numbers from eligible workers has went down incredibly, not just a few, but like incredibly. So, good job there to you and the staff. We can always do more, and that's why we present these, is we're looking for ideas. But ultimately, SA is there for the ones that are below the poverty line that just need that help. But our capable young workers, our older workers, we are looking to help them transition back into the workforce. Really quickly, I know sometimes SA is looked at as, well, they're not helping me. I'm trying to get my check. If you don't report back to Indigenous Services Canada, then we have to pay that out of our own source dollars. Could you just explain a little bit about how reporting works and how come it does look like we're being somewhat mean sometimes, but it's not that we're trying to be mean. It's just that, we require certain documents from the clients in return for helping them.
Every April 1st, we have to build a new file, and in that file you have to have identification, proof of where you live, a lease or an occupation from the occupants living in a house on a lease, bank statements to prove. SA is supposed to be the last resort of where to go to. And this is, we're just following our policy and I tried to explain that to some, or Stacy, our intake worker explained it to some, and some do and some don't understand. Just to have a file, and we do get audited every year, twice a year. The ISC or Indian Affairs will come and pull 15, 20 files, and if those files aren't full with all what is supposed to be in there according to the policy, then every dollar that we gave that person won't be reimbursed to the reserve. So the First Nation will have to pay for that in some place from that. I think with been not being more stringent in the right words, I guess, but I guess just following policy and I think it's been 2 years now. The membership do understand what it's all about now. And I think even on the other side of it, by trying to get a job and to make them understand or help them understand, if you do need help, just come to the office and we do help any way we can. Lots of times I find out somebody started working and they never even asked me for help, and I could have helped them so much. So just any job that you get, you can come and help, come and ask, and we may be able to help you in one way or another.
Absolutely. So view that the office you work in, Sandy, our other director of education works in, you guys share that office. View it as, we're there to help you find a job, maintain a job, and enhance your training skills. So make sure you at some time talk to Barry if you're looking to do that. There's a question online. Pat, did you want to read it out? Or did you want me to?
There's a question like, is it 4% on reserve on SA or 4% of band members in total?
No, 4% of the membership or 4% of the community membership, that not only just the Cowessess members, but everybody that lives on the reserve, according to the population.
Good question. And, the way funding works is, we are responsible as chief and council for all citizens living on and off. But the funding agreements is we get the population on the reserve. And I'll give you an example. I raise, my wife and I have children that are not from Cowessess, but they are in the numbers of Cowessess because they live on Cowessess, they go to their schools. So that would be included in our numbers, but Canada gives the social transfer responsibility of our citizens off the reserve to the province. Just explaining why, just is it off reserve? It's not, it's just on the reserve.
Non-reserve, 4% of on-reserve population.
Good question. Well, thank you, Barry. I try and what's that? Sorry, you had some last comments?
I want to say a lot of things, but just the Community Helpers Program we started in July of 2018. We spent a little over $20,000 in those first 2 years. The last year, and because of pandemic, it's went down quite a bit. The grant that I was talking about that amalgamated the two offices of SA and Labor Force Development was from ISC, the Pre-Employment Strategy grant that Kathy applied for then, and I think we may be one, if not the only First Nation in I know in Saskatchewan, or maybe even in Western Canada or Canada, but this program is usually run by tribal councils, and Kathy took the initiative and put a proposal that we do it ourselves, and I think it's proven to be very, very, very helpful to the reserve.
We see the benefits. Well, thank you, Barry. Show us how long the braid's getting. I know you're finding your traditional roots.
I have it in a man bun.
Let's see. Nice. I like. I got. I'm definitely younger. I got your children are my age, but you're coming into dance. You're coming into ceremonies. You're growing a braid. It's really nice to see. And male seeking female. I don't know if I'm going to advertise that here, or is this the wrong audience? Yeah.
Thanks, Chief.
No, okay. Thank you, Barry. Tell your team to keep up the good work.
Yeah.
Good. So next we'll do is our Director of Justice. Kevin?
Yes, Kevin.
Oh. Come on, now. I was gonna say Kevin, I'm just stretching. Awesome. So welcome, Kevin Lara, Cowessess member, retired city police. Thank you for the service there for many, couple decades. Moved home after he was awarded this position, Director of Justice. Stepped in and got thrown into the river, and you learned how to swim real fast, and you're keeping up with the flow. But you started this position 4 months ago?
March 8th, so 7 weeks.
I'm
11 weeks.
led to not even a little over 2 months. So good. So did you want me to start off with the PowerPoint?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, sounds good. All righty. There we go.
So for my budget, I got very limited budget. I get two sources, basically SAS Justice and the federal government. It's like $43,000 a year. It doesn't balance, so we're severely underfunded. So most of our money, we're about $285,000 deficit, and that's covered by the First Nation Trust. The fire department, which I am also responsible for, is fixed funding by INAC for $14,300. Currently, we have a surplus of $1979.37. The fire department is also underfunded. Right now, we need about $98,000 of required equipment. Our main truck is badly in need of replacement. It barely climbs the hill when it's got to come up. So it barely makes it there. The fire department building itself is currently in need of some serious renovation, including furnace, hot water heater, some black mold abatement. Grady Lara is currently working on an estimate. Actually, I got the estimate late the other night, so I got that, and it's about $18,600. So that's what it's going to cost to bring it up to its former glory, in Grady's words. So the short and long-term goals here for the Peacekeepers, I'm currently putting a list together for appropriate equipment that's required. Right now, my biggest challenge here is to get the Peacekeeper policy and procedure manual in place. It's very close to presentation to Chief and Council. Just waiting for some input from the local RCMP and make the changes that they suggest. This will improve the communication with the directors, Chief and Council. So also the short-term goal here is to get 4 Peacekeepers first responder training early this winter. Next class is in November. It's for 3 weeks. 75% of the cost is covered through ISC. If I can't get 4 Peacekeepers or firefighters training, we'll open up to interested band members for first responders. Also in the next 6 months to a year is getting the Peacekeepers matching clothing. So basically clothing that identifies who they are. And that's probably the biggest thing. So once the policy and the procedure manual gets put in place, I think that's also in there as well. So the long-term goal here is to possibly move to community safety officers. This program is in some of the municipalities around Saskatchewan. So it's pretty much in its infancy. I currently have the information for it, looking at it in my spare time. And basically going to this program allows you to enforce provincial statutes. So I don't know if you want to go up to that road, but the requirement for the community safety officer is that you become a special constable. The process to become a special constable will be the same threshold for a sworn police officer. There may be some hurdles with this process, as special constables fall under the Police Act 1990. The cost involved in this is approximately $550,000 just to start it up, and that's depending on our current equipment. So the vehicles, I think, are already in place, so that would probably save us about $80,000 off the hop.
Yeah.
So the short and long-term goals for the fire department right now, as I mentioned above, the short term, we need to get our building back up to normal functioning. As pipes froze earlier this year, caused some damage and black mold. Again, our current truck is is important, and we need to get that replaced as soon as possible. Again, hoping that ISE comes up with some money for that, as well as different equipment for each of the firefighters as well. So we want to get the fire department back up to code, the building itself, and hopefully get some new equipment in the next 6 months to a year. My biggest challenges right now is I have the restorative justice portfolio as well with me. And right now I've got a few files that require some work, unfortunately, because of the COVID restrictions. We can't do a whole lot with the in-person mediations. So once the restrictions start to lift, I can get caught up on those files. And those are files that I've inherited. There's a lot there sitting there for quite some time. So the other challenge is the fact that we have little to no funding for both the fire department and the justice department. So help or suggestions to increase funding would be greatly appreciated by anybody who has some ideas there.
Yeah.
So what can be expected in the next 6 months to 2 years is stability in a director position. I've committed to the process, and basically what I've inherited when I was hired. I've seen that there's been instability in my current position for the past 3 to 4 years with 5-6 people going in and out, making tiny changes, and that's not really, doesn't really give you positive growth. So once the policy is in place here, it opens up greater communication lines for the executive director, chief, and council. So you guys won't be surprised on any instance occurring on the home line, because they'll have to report either to myself or Gary. So it'll that should improve in the next 2 to 3 months once the policy procedure manual gets approved. So, and I think that's pretty much.
Was there a picture? I thought there was some pictures.
Oh, there's a few pictures in there, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I know that. So this is some of the team. This is the team.
Some of the team, yeah. Those are the border security guys who.
Yes.
A couple of them now gone to frontline security at the store, post office, and the band office, of course. So.
I think there's one more slide for pictures, isn't there?
And that's our newest addition to our huge fleet of Peacekeeper vehicles. It'll be looking like that next Wednesday, and you'll see it driving around next Wednesday evening with its new stripes. I didn't realize that it had a sunroof when we bought it.
Okay.
So we're going to be probably just having the subdued lights on the dash and the back window.
Oh yes.
And we're going to go with the full light bar on the F1.
Oh yes.
So instead of having the light bar.
So we're a Ford and GMC and Dodge community, and this one is what is this?
It's a Honda originally.
So like maybe on the back you could put one day I'll grow up to be a GMC. Or,
well, it's having the roads pretty good so far.
I know it's not all the toughest are big. I can attest to that. Yeah. Thank you, Kevin. I just wanted to have a quick conversation. We're a little behind time, so we'll try and make up some time. The role of the Peacekeepers. We have a Peacekeeper program that has been running since 2007 when one of our citizens, the late Stan Sparvier, created it for us. And we've had hit and miss with Peacekeepers since then. Today, I feel our Peacekeepers is the strongest it's ever been. It's about, being frontline, being present, delivering, during the pandemic, you have asked the Peacekeepers to deliver product to the doors, check on citizens, ones that are in isolation to drop off things. What are some things that, if there's any at this time, about just the current duties of Peacekeepers, just so people are aware?
Basically, what my Peacekeepers are doing is they're flying by the seat of their pants. So basically, we'll get a phone call, like I got notified today that the school needs help with getting some paperwork picked up and dropped off in the morning. I have no problem. They have no problem doing that. They have no problem stepping up, helping the community. Of course, they're all community members, so you know what? They love their community.
Yeah.
They're all positive. You know what? They get along well, and they're actually a pretty strong team. I'm
Absolutely.
actually happy with what I see. So.
Absolutely. What about so we what's our relationship when it comes to RCMP and the Peacekeepers? So say the RCMP are coming onto the reserve, our Peacekeepers like to be present too, just to be that extra voice for the citizens, to make sure they're there to help, and even help the RCMP if I know this Cadmus guy, I'll be there. Just Yeah.
Yeah.
So how has that been? A relationship with the RCMP?
The relationship with the RCMP is decent. It probably still needs a little more open communication. Let us know if they need any help with locating anybody, or just help in general.
Yeah.
Sometimes they just come out and they don't communicate what they're doing or what they're looking for.
Yeah.
So we'll be working on that relationship with Staff Sergeant Eddie.
Mhm.
He'll be going over our policy. I was hoping today, but looks like it's going to be tomorrow. And just basically having more contact with him and just a little better communication on when they come out. So.
And sometimes the history of RCMP is not the best, and our peacekeepers are there to be, present to make sure that fairness is there. And of course, when it's criminal code stuff, the peacekeepers are not at that level of training, so they're only there to keep the peace. Where do you see the role of peacekeepers coming when it comes to mental, emotional health, addictions, even child welfare incidences in the future? As we're trying to all learn to just get along in the community, and and peacekeepers, I think, are going to be a really vital part to that. But kind of a loaded question, but is there anything there to have a discussion in the role peacekeepers can play with addictions, with mental, emotional health, maybe even child welfare?
Well, that would involve the whole team with health, Chief Red Bear Lodge, right? So we need communication between all of those entities, and the thing is, whatever health has to offer, our peacekeepers can offer.
Nice.
The thing is, if they don't know what's going on with health and the addictions, you know what, they're a phone call away. There's pretty open communication with Heidi. There's no issues with that, and communication with you has been pretty good as well.
Good. And I know others are listening here that we're always looking for ideas. That was actually in the chat box, that question I asked. So thank you for asking that. That's something we can definitely enhance with the peacekeepers and the health department, the education department, and whatnot. So I have no more further questions. So maybe just explain to some of them who your family is. Mom, I know people are probably sitting there, who's your mom, who's your grandma? I know, so we're a very nosy nation too. So.
Well, my mom is Phyllis Leroy. Her maiden name Penae, so she's from the Peacekeepers First Nation. My dad is Keith Leroy, who passed back in 1990.
Okay.
1989. So I'm still learning my roots, and people point out who this person is. So I've lived in the city all my life. So even living in a small town during the week here is actually a learning process.
Good
So
old.
It's just strange, but you know what? I sleep well, and it's quiet. So
we're really happy to have you. Plus, you snagged into the Pelche family, so you've really got your roots down packed here. Well, thank you very much. Very happy that you're leading our Justice Department. Give kudos to the peacekeepers. Our frontline safety workers. They all. You look after them. So, thank you very much.
thank you.
Okay, we'll move on. Thank you, Kevin. We got, speaking of Peacekeepers, we got Director of Education, Sandy Penae Schindler. Come on down.
Peacekeepers represents.
Yes. She. Yeah. Awesome. Well, hi, Sandy.
Hello. I feel like I'm on the Chief Cadmus talk show.
Oh, it's a good one tonight. Yeah. Well, Sandy, you've been our Director of Education in 4 years.
Well, it'll be 4 years in November.
Yes. So education has our biggest department. You got CCEC, post-secondary, daycare, and the pandemic. And we're shutting down. We're opening up. We're shutting down. So I know a few gray hairs have probably come from the pandemic. Yeah, so, but we'll get right into the presentation. I'll share your slides and then we'll have a conversation after. Right here, and we are on the next one. There we go.
Awesome. Well, thank you, and good evening to everyone out there in Zoom land. I did share some photos, And these are images from CCEC. And as most of you know, we've been living under some extreme conditions in the past year. So we've done the best that we can within the parameters of the pandemic. We had a virtual November Remembrance Day service. Students were in class at that time. Of course, we celebrated Orange Shirt Day. And of course, the great staff at CCEC did a great job of Red and Green Day. And as the chief explained, we certainly have we're on our 5th reopening for this school year. I'll just maybe say something briefly about the response to COVID. We have like very strict guidelines in terms of temperature taking on the buses. And I've got a photo of our buses there. We were able to purchase 2 new buses this year. So we're really excited about that. I was able to trade in 2 of the other older buses that were costing us a fair bit of money. And we got a pretty good deal. So we're quite happy to have 2 new Bluebird buses. I keep telling the bus companies that we need to co-develop a res bus and work on all the components of buses that work loose, like the mirrors and all kinds of other things that seem to shake loose. We do supply all of CCEC students with all of their supplies for back to school. And we do have, we have quite an encompassing program at CCEC. Not only do we have set high goals for ourselves in terms of achievement for students, programming, but we also feed the students every day a hot lunch and a breakfast, as well as provide supplies. Also pictured are 88 laptops that we purchased for all of the post-secondary students from Cowessess who are also online. So it's been a very difficult year. Oh yes, I included these fun ones because we have we had a really color-coded plan for COVID opening. As if you've visited CCEC, you know that every hallway is color-coded. So we've got the red hallway for our K to 4, blue hallway for 5, 6, and 7, and 8, and the yellow hallway for 9 to 12. So we coded masks and floor decals and everything right down to, we did masks and decals and all kinds of neat things to keep everybody traffic flowing in a good way. I've provided a little bit of a breakdown here of the budget, and as you can see, we have over 5, this is just part of the budget, no, it's all there. So we've got over $5 million in all of these separate programs, but one of my main tasks is to seamlessly integrate the program so that we can support each other. So as you can see, Cowessess, the Community Educational Center, takes a fair bit of the chunk of the budget because we obviously provide a lot of programming right from Head Start to grade 12. Some of that money is transferred out for the operation and maintenance of CCEC, and I'm very happy that Ira is taking over those responsibilities to maintain a very large school. Busing, of course, comes from that, and we have 4 amazing bus drivers and a casual that help us, and we probably travel about 300 kilometers a day. And we also, as I mentioned, provide hot lunch. We do get high-cost special ed. That's what the HCSE stands for. That goes into supporting students who require some additional supports in order to be successful. We were one of the achievements that I'm very proud of was being able to secure all of our second level services. As you know, we're an independent First Nation, and if there are nations that belong to a tribal council, most of those second level service dollars go directly to the tribal council and they purchase the services there. What we've done is we asked for that money ourselves, and that gives us the ability to purchase the services that we want, because we didn't necessarily want to have, some of the services that were available to us. We do access services from File Hills Qu'Appelle Tribal Council, some from Prairie Valley for IT. We secure occupational therapists, speech pathologists. So all of that is our choice, and we determine the contracts and the number of days. So that's a really great, I think that's a really good thing for us to do, because then we can pick and choose. Cowessess Daycare, we did actually double our budget. When I started, it was not very much money. So it's actually been increased. So that's a good thing, because we have 23 young little ones in the daycare, and I think we would probably have room for more. So we're actually at full capacity, which is great. Little Steps Pre-K and Head Start, they are part of CCEC. We also saw an increase in that budget as well in the last year. Post-secondary supports program, generally it's the budget for that has floated around $1.2 million. Sadly, we're reporting a deficit, and that's an accumulated deficit from 2018. I think we were just a little too anxious to support all of the students that applied. And the confusing part of ISC funding, which has been a challenge for me, is that occasionally they give you your regular budget, but then during the year they'll say, oh, well, here's an extra $200,000. And then the next year they'll say, oh, well, there's $237,000. So it's not a stable amount. The 1.2 usually is. But we, at that time, the education committee, we just overextended the budget. And so we're taking some steps to address that with some of the overages in some of the other areas to accommodate the deficit. The other thing I want to say about post-secondary is from that program, we also pay for most of the services at the education office. And so, and support a post-secondary coordinator. Provincial tuition, that's just straight in and out. Those are for students who attend provincial schools. And for us, that number is under 10 students, probably at the most 6.
Sandy, really quickly, those are youth that live on the reserve, but
Yes.
attend a school
Yes.
that is not CCEC.
Thank you. Yes,
Just-
yes. So, situated from here, that would be like Grayson, or that would be Broadview or Whitewood. And currently I'm working on the agreements so that now we can charge for students who come from those areas and attend CCEC. So those are tuition agreements. And I did not know that I needed to have a law background, but I'm certainly picking up on that very quickly, reading contracts. The next item is regional implementation, and this is additional funding through ISC that has allowed us to actually get our policy and our Education Act work done, which has been, we've worked all through the pandemic. We have a policy focus group. We did community engagements, and I know some of the people on this call were part of those community engagements, and we compiled all of the information and feedback, and we use that as a base document for building our policies. And that is not stable funding. I have applied for the last 3 years. This year will probably double that amount. Because we have big plans for the Education Act. And we have hired a Cowessess member, Susan Bowden, to write the policy for us. So, and she's done a great job, and she has a lot of patience. But so we've got some big items coming up. And the only other thing I want to say about regional implementation is that will also allow us to move into our own Education Act, but also negotiate a regional education agreement with ISC. That doesn't necessarily get us a lot of dollars right away. However, it does get us in line for an agreement with the Government of Canada. So we're looking forward to that. I will also have to know some law stuff for that. So I have our total expenditures on there, that's our total budget. We do have a surplus. We won't get too excited about that because, it was, we were in a deficit last year. So we're just working on how to recover that. And now I just listed a few other additional additional grants and revenue that we received. We've really had a big focus. So when I started in 2017, Chief and Council had identified some areas that they would like to see, and language was right at the top of that. So I remember clearly December 5th, 2017, staying late and meeting a deadline to put in an application, and we had $50,000, and I wished I'd actually asked for more. However, we did receive an initial grant. This past year, we received another grant from National Indian Brotherhood, and they've extended those deadlines because of COVID. And we've also received some money from SICC, and that's great. And Canadian Heritage Foundation, we're building some early literacy books about Cowessess. And so it's really important for kids to know where they're from and their community, and to create that sense of belonging and be proud of their community. So we have a contractor working on that right now, and that was also extended due to COVID. Excuse me. So, and we've also, as you can see, the grant applications, these obviously supplement some of the areas that are not funded, or there's not enough funding. Even though our second level services looks like a large amount, we do use most of that for, consultants and supports for students, as well as supporting educational assistance, supplies for CCEC. There's a lot of expenses from that. So in securing additional grants, that's allowed us to concentrate on language. And I know that some of you have been part of those online language classes. So we have a core group, and we have beginner Cree, beginner Soto. We've had a virtual language festival in March. Many of you may have received a nice little package with cards to play with your grandchildren or children or great-grandchildren. All of that was possible due to the fact that we could hire a language coordinator, Joanne Buckles, and she's done a lot of great work in terms of actualizing the goals of language. The good news on the potential additional grants, I did hear from both of those organizations in the last week, so I think we're in the finals. I hope we are. So we did submit a grant for $425,000. That's to expand the language, community language, and that would include CCEC, all Cowessess community education or community members, as well as employees, to access online right now. And we also want to expand into daycare and Head Start. Our Indigenous Early Learning and Childcare Grant, thanks to the Chief for suggesting the link. With the help of an independent contractor, we submitted a 2-year grant for $750,000. We're hoping to get policies updated, make sure that we have an Indigenous-based model of early learning, and to incorporate all of our great community knowledge and the people that have that knowledge. One other thing I want to say about the policy, a lot of the work is indigenizing and decolonizing that process. There's no point in us developing policies if it would be easy for us just to copy policies from elsewhere, but we have gone through those policies line by line. For example, when we look at student discipline and guidance, in some policies, in other organizations, they have things like student suspensions. We don't believe that is an effective way to support young students or older students. So we have looked at a model of support, including elders, any other supports that health may offer. So our integration of departments will be really important to support our youth. So we're just working through that. And yeah, so that's our budget. Looks like a lot of money, but it does go quickly. So short-term goals, and I added a little note here on my notes. We need to get through COVID. This year was just really tough on our young people, tough on the CCEC staff. We did provide all that the students needed for online learning, but online learning cannot replace, a teacher, your peers that learn alongside you, that social and mental wellness aspect of being in school, and that routine. And so, yeah, we're just really hopeful that we'll be back to, regular face-to-face school in the fall. This year, because we were very careful about the number of people that we had at one time in school. So we had cohort groups. And at the time that we developed that plan, I think we were limited to 10 and under in the space that we had. And we're outgrowing the space at CCEC. So I should have added that, a new school. Anyway, or a renovated school. It's a beautiful school. And so, yeah, so we're just hopeful that, we'll get back to what is considered normal. Short-term goals, and I just want to reflect here that we have achieved a very stable and highly professional CCEC staff. And so I'm just really proud of the people that we have intentionally hired to be part of the team, because you need to be a great team to work at CCEC. And we've really had a focus, thanks to the leadership of Natasha Isaac, who has ties to Cowessess through her Delorme side. She has a great experience in looking at quality instruction, reflection on our teaching practices. What does assessment do? We need to use assessment to inform our teaching practices. If your teacher is not if you're not engaging the students, then it's not the student's fault. It's the teacher. I shouldn't say it's the teacher's fault, but the teacher has to adapt to that. And so, and that's based on a lot of research. So we're very intentional about what we require of the CCEC staff. So I just want to, give a great big shout out to CCEC staff, because they really, we were on a great path, and then this pandemic.
We're still on the path.
We're still on the path. I know, but it's just like, wow, I just think back and, there'll be other, anyway, it's going
just
well.
Branches all over.
Yeah, that's true. Completion of updated CCEC policies. Those should be done by Monday. Yay. And our policy focus group has met all during the pandemic over Zoom. So we just continued working, and kudos to them for being able to be flexible like that. Along with policy, we recognized that we needed to have a number of handbooks so that everybody knows, what lane to drive in and what their roles and responsibilities are within, CCEC. So we're working on those as well. The completion of the Education Act, we grew that from the community, and we built our policies and decolonized and indigenized those policies. And now that we know, we worked ourselves through some of those difficult conversations, and we know what we want. And now we can articulate, a model of education that I believe will be one of the best in the country. So, and I don't want to call it ACT. I want to call it something else. We're just not sure. It will come to us. And we also hope to return to community consultation and engagement. That was always the plan. Interrupted, however, through the pandemic. And we were also hindered a little bit by our budget. Built on top of that, the development of an education strategic success plan. One of the other grants I applied for I did ask for a structural readiness coordinator, and that will be the job of that person, because I can't do this all, even though the chief thinks I can get it all done in 1 year. I like the high goals. It's just getting through this stuff. Long term, we are also working on the establishment of an education council or a board. That is in the works. We also have, as I mentioned, community consultation and engagement throughout. A ratification of the Education Act. We did set aside lawyer fees, so I don't have to do that. And then we want to really grow the language program. And, we have in our application, We've looked at sending a couple of individuals to take a certificate program so that we have capacity within our community to do that. We have a core group of elders, and I know some of you are out there, and I spent lots of Thursdays with them, and our late instructor Darren and our current instructor Florence spent many Thursday nights learning and laughing and hearing many stories from the language core elders. And I just really appreciate their enthusiasm and their, just their dedication to the language. And also, we really would like to develop an early childhood plan, and that means, that would probably involve other departments, but we also want to build an exceptional early childhood and Indigenous model. So, with very high quality early childhood programming. So those are our long-term goals.
I love them. I think that's it for the
Is
slides.
that it for the slides?
Let's see, I just moved.
Oh, I didn't go over challenges.
Oh, there we go.
Okay,
There we
here
go. All
are.
right, there we go.
I knew there was more. Challenges. So some of the challenges, and these are related to kind of what Barry has shared. Having enough staff to support our students who require more support. So educational assistance. We need to be able to offer, programming maybe at night. I think that we need to ask, the institutions that provide this programming, like they need to adapt to what we want. And many people are working during the day and might want to upgrade at night or take a class or whatever. We just haven't found the right vendor to do that yet. But I really think that we need to ask if they want to involve First Nation communities. I think we just need to get a little tougher. So, we don't have enough educational assistance. And currently we have 8 students at CCEC that require some kind of supports through an educational assistant as well as a teacher. And we probably have about 15 students right now. And there's no avenue to ask for additional dollars. Although when I say that, so because they base it on our nominal roll from 2 years ago or whatever they choose, there is no avenue to ask for increased funding, especially in this area. So right now with the First Nation directors across the treaty areas, we're working on a plan to, be more responsive. And ISC is actually becoming more responsive, which is good. We're kind of a tough crowd though. Long-term plan for updating facilities is a challenge as well due to funding. As I mentioned, some of our classrooms, CCC is a beautiful building, but we are outgrowing some of those spaces. The classrooms, I'm not sure if, 20 years ago, it was based on midget size. I shouldn't say that word. That's not political. Smaller people, but
our new water made us bigger. We're Viking size now.
There we go. Those rooms are just not big enough, and teaching has changed where you have to have stations and all kinds of experiences, and we just don't have the appropriate spaces for that. So we're still working on that. Anyway, what we can expect in the next 6 months to 2 years, as I mentioned, an Education Act, that's been my life for the last little while, holistic indigenized model of education, which reflects the vision of the community of Cowessess. And I do have the document for community engagement. I'm just trying to recall whether I asked Rhoda to post it on our website, but I will. I'm kind of a teacher is always a teacher. So I needed to go through it and just make sure everything was, just right. So I do have that. I think I would encourage you to take a look at that because we asked 16 questions in various areas about governance, programming, language, and what was the other one? Community involvement, I think. So, and the responses, and we coded and we picked the right, the top 2 themes that came from that. So I will ensure that that gets on the website so that you can take a look at it because it is very interesting. And then we do want to connect all of, what we call departments now, but we need to be able to move, have the same goals, within every one of those departments and swim in the same direction, like a school of fish. So, hey, that's a great analogy of school.
Creating these as you present.
So we just need to make sure that we're meeting an end goal, and we're basing that on evidence. We do have assessments, early years assessment, we have Fontes and Penae, we have math assessments. So we need to look at those assessments, and that informs our practices and also helps us establish goals. So we just want to be all connected so that we are all swimming in the right direction. And that's what I allude to in the last bullet, which is greater connections and transitions. So for example, we were able to purchase a wheelchair bus, yay,
Nice.
finally, for the daycare. Head Start also, we were also able to purchase a smaller bus for them. They have built-in 5-point harness seats. They're the coolest ever. And so now the daycare, so if a school has an outing for our student who's in a wheelchair, the school can borrow that vehicle, and then we have inclusion. So we're just, we're sharing better. It's like back in kindergarten when you're taught to share, and we're just working towards that because we all want the same end goal. I think that's it. What can we expect in the next 6 months? I think that's it.
Well,
Wow.
thank you, Sandy.
Geez, I
got a
talked
couple of
fast,
comments.
hey? Holy
We're
cow.
a little over time, but
Are we? Okay.
treaty right is the treaty right to education is the goal. And,
Yes.
And that's what I see. And, I'll start off with Principal Natasha in the school. Teachers have a tough job without the pandemic. And the mental stress of teachers, just because we're safe at home and they might be teaching from the school, doesn't mean that alleviates any stress on the teachers. It actually probably puts more stress on to the teachers. So, make sure you give kudos to Principal Natasha and the students. I just really quickly I have a couple comments. We're going to move on to the next presenter right away, but the school closes, the daycare closes, the school opens, the daycare opens and whatnot. Sometimes closing the school it's not the best interest for the community during COVID. Some of the meals we provide are some of our children's best meal of the day. And no judging homes, but everybody's disposable income is different. Sometimes the mental and emotional stress a teenager goes through, sometimes it can be really drastic, and so being at the school is actually the least harmful place for them. So, those are things that you factor in when we're talking at the COVID task force team as, it sounds really easy, shut down the school, but literally the kids are sometimes not safe at home. They're still out there visiting, they're just not at school. And I have walked through the school and I've seen the pandemic response Principal Natasha and the team have done, and it is one of the safest places in the community. So I just wanted to mention that the mental emotional is really tough. I had one more comment. Long-term goal to move daycare back to the school. There's a plan, and I think that would help so much in regards to maybe high school kids if they have a child, or having the daycare a part of the other activities. So, and my last thing is you're very humble about it, but you do find us a lot of grants. So thank you very much. There's a lot of money out there, and you are helping reintegrate language into our community. I remember a time 3-4 years ago when there was 2 elders in the community that spoke our language. Now with you being here and helping us with grants, I know there's 15 to 20. So thank you very much. I've heard that Deanna and Myrna speak our language, and it just brings tears to my eyes hearing the language, and I know you're a part of that. But there was one question. What about the library? New and full?
Oh, yes. Okay. So I'll just, so one of the other priorities we had ISC actually found us some money. So we were able to upgrade our IT at CCEC, which was fantastic because we had some very old and dated technology. And part of that plan was also introducing a barcode system and a program for CCEC. And we spent probably almost $50,000 in renewing some of the resources in there. And we have, one of our teachers has some time to, and she has librarian experience, which is great. So we are working on getting all of the items barcoded and able to be tracked. And we have all updated materials. We ended up removing quite a bit of dated material from there. I don't think the library was upgraded for I don't know how long ago, but that is in progress. So we're pretty excited about that. Sadly, in February, we had a water break at CCEC. Thank goodness the community came to help out. We had, due to the cold weather, we don't want to think about February right now, but it was very cold. And I don't know, one of the water sprinkler joints broke. Thankfully, not in the middle of a classroom. It was in one of the entrances. However, we did have 3 to 4 inches of water in at least 3 classrooms, and it was heading down the hallway. So thanks to the quick thinking of JD and all of the people that came out to help. I know Barry was part of that, as well as Stacy, did a call out. We needed people at the school to shovel and push and mop up, and they all showed up and they saved us so much damage.
Yeah.
So we are replacing the flooring. ISC kind of gave us a blank check.
Nice.
But we have to, we have to spend that where it's supposed to be. So we're getting some new carpet put into the library. I don't think there was a lot of resources that were damaged. And we've got new flooring coming into the kindergarten room, and just some resources in the teachers' rooms were damaged. So that's going to be all replaced.
For sure. Well, thank you. We have more presentations. I have one more online question, and I have one. So we pay our teachers at the same pay rate, or more, I would say, because it's $1 more.
Yes.
We try and make it $1 more to say more than the provincial, and that's
Yes.
something not normal in First Nations, but we want to attract the best teachers to provide the best education. So we are
Yes.
part of that. But someone online asked, with this pandemic and kids were learning from home, and we know they're sometimes hard to conceive information, we don't want to pass students without knowing they have the confidence to move to the next grade. I don't know how to comment on that one, but someone brought that up, that, how are we going to work with this pandemic and post-pandemic, knowing our kids probably didn't get the information they needed, even though the teachers tried their best.
Yes. So there's a few aspects to that issue, because I've been thinking about that for a long time. I just know from my experience that failing students is not necessarily a good thing. Socially, emotionally, not, that's pretty devastating. So in the last 20 years, I know they've talked about, keeping students in their social group. We have identified, that there will likely be some gaps in the learning. And I've had this discussion at our First Nation Directors meeting, as well as with ISC. I also keep track of the province and their strategic plan, and they have also identified, like what post-pandemic, how will we address some of the, I don't want to call them gaps, but they have been gaps in material and whatnot. How will we address that? And so I've actually asked, I said, I believe that we need a literacy and math support teacher to assist. And our teachers have been very good at adapting and meeting the needs of students who are maybe not reading at grade level. But I've been pretty noisy about asking for additional supports. And, I'm hopeful that those supports will be provided. And yeah, we just have to do the best we can. But I don't see that we could be making all the kids redo the grade that they were in.
For sure.
We can't. And so that's, the plan is just to, do the best we can where the children are at and get as many supports as we can.
Perfect. Well, the squeaky wheel gets the oil, so be as squeaky as you
I
can
will
out
try.
there.
I will try. I've never been
But
accused of
thank you,
being quiet.
education is for our children's future, and we're in good hands with you,
Aw.
Natasha, Ashley, everybody. So keep up the good work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandy. All right, we'll move on. We are 23 minutes behind time, so we're going to nudge. I got Ira. Come on down, Ira Sagan. Good evening, Ira.
Good evening.
Good evening. So Ira is our director. I always get this new department incorrect. Director of Facilities and Infrastructure. So without further ado, should we get right into the PowerPoint?
Sure.
All right,
sure,
sounds good. I will share the screen. There we go.
Okay, I'll start out with where we get our money to run our departments. Our total revenue that we get from ISC funding is $647,000, and it's topped up with own source revenue and capital funding from ISC for a total of $896,279 for a total operating budget. A lot of my departments, of course, have run deficits, and that's primarily due to just not enough money available for the things that we want to do. But our roads revenue is $317,116, and it ran a deficit of $110,000 last year. It is a small staff of 4, but due to aging equipment with high maintenance costs and a capital purchase of a tractor that we did, it brought that deficit a little higher than we wanted it to. We still have aging equipment. We're just trying to keep it on the road and get the jobs done. Our water treatment plant has a revenue of $244,742. It also ran a deficit of $62,000 last year. And we have a staff of 5 there. We were dealing with higher material and chemical costs, insurance for vehicles. We got a new water truck, so to insure that, make payments on that. We have an additional vehicle that we use for senior water delivery and such, so insurance on that, and fuel costs have really gone up this year, as well as material costs. So the community buildings area should say $94,000, but it says $940, I see. It ran a deficit last year of $190,000. They have a staff of 5, but the majority of that deficit, though, was wages for the janitors, maintenance. So $90,000 would, of course, not pay all their wages as on top of the supervisor and such. So that ran a deficit of quite high, actually, $190,000. We didn't get some of the usual transfers that come over due to no casinos opening and stuff like that. So we didn't get the money that we would have liked to get. Insurance and utility costs were another thing that drove up the deficit. One of the 5 departments that didn't run a deficit this year was our wastewater. We have revenue of $90,614 in that area, and most of that is spent on pump outs for the units that aren't hooked to our sewage system. They have septic tanks, and if they're not working, we've got to pump them out to limit the damage to the home. So we do spend money on the maintenance of those systems and the cost of pumping them out. So that's what that money is mostly earmarked for. Solid waste area is another one that's drastically underfunded in my view. $23,000 to take care of all the garbage on the reserve is just unrealistic. So we ran a deficit of $28,000 in that department. And a lot of those costs are for the garbage truck driver's wage, as well as the maintenance to run that garbage truck. So that's more or less my little blurb on our deficit and our revenues. But I'll move on to our long-term and short-term goals here. Our short-term goal is to complete our department's work plans. Each department that under O&M, they have work plans that were asked to be submitted and were submitted, and it just gives them a blueprint of how we're moving forward in that particular department. I would also like to get more staff trained in water treatment and heavy equipment. We need to do a little bit of succession planning as our workforce is getting older. So we want to train these younger members to take over once we're ready to retire. So it's good to get them trained up now. And we are working on a heavy equipment course for a couple of our members with the help of the LFD and our own department's budgets pooled together, and hopefully get some training done in the short term here. We have equipment well maintained and ready to take on projects for the next 2 years that'll bring in additional revenue. That's my long-term goal, I guess, is to try and generate more revenue for our departments. If we don't get it from ISC, we should try and make it ourselves. So we do that at the water plant through water sales. We do that at the roads department through small contracts and rental of our equipment when we can. So when ISC comes with a project such as the road project that's coming up, we're always quick to offer our equipment and our services at a cost, of course, so that we can kind of add to our budgets. So the 605 is one project that's coming up, like I mentioned earlier, and that's sort of a big project, I guess. It's just under $3 million project, so we should see an increase in road maintenance this year, graveling and such. And the bigger part of the project, I think, will be the grade. The grade is out of scope right now. It's at a 9% grade, and actually it should be at an 8% grade. So that'll be rectified this year when they start that project.
I really quickly, that's the slope of the grade.
Right, that's the slope of the grade, yeah. The contaminated site cleanup is another project that's $2 million plus, and that is going to be starting up this summer too. And we'll be cleaning up areas such as Fridge Hill, a few of our other sites where we had a gas station at previous time. So that soil will be sampled and tested, and if it's needs to be removed, it'll be removed. In the long term, the solid waste transfer station is another thing that we've been in discussions with ISC on better ways to manage our waste on the First Nation, to try to limit burning of our garbage and things like that. So we're moving forward that way.
It's more stewardship too.
Right.
And your solid waste is garbage. It's
Yes.
just yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's just the garbage, yeah. So in the future, we'd like to use our newly purchased water truck to generate some long-term revenue doing water deliveries off reserve. There is a need for it. I don't know of another water truck in the area that delivers to the beach customers. So we've picked up that task, and it's been going well so far. I believe that it will increase as the summer goes on, though. We'll be delivering more water to the beach customers. We want to develop and implement a low pressure project for all our homes. And I know that's a big cost. It's about a $4 million cost to get that done. But with the way our water is going now and the way our wells are, the quality of water coming out of our wells is not good. So even if we don't do it in one big project, I would like to see it done in shorter spans. Like maybe the first year we'd go up to where Dean Tanner lives to supply those ones with water, and then the next year maybe we'd go up to the band office and tie everybody in. We can't do it in one big project. I'd like to do it in smaller projects if possible. The building and operate and staff a solid waste transfer station for all our residents, so we're more environmentally conscious on how we manage our waste and preserve our lands and our waters. That's kind of a long-term goal that needs to be put in the forefront, I think. And then we need to find a solution for our septic systems in our homes. Not all of them are hooked up to the residential sewer system. Like the subdivisions, they have septic tanks and mounds and such. So if the system is deficient, it requires a pump out, and we pay $75 every time a truck has to go pump somebody out. So it does get costly. And in the longer term, we'd like to continue to develop our beachfront area. So it might be able to accommodate in the future, maybe camping and RV parking or something like that, because it is a beautiful place to in the summertime. So we want to try to develop that.
Bear Bum Beach.
That's the one.
Oh, was that it for the slides?
No, I don't think so.
I think we had.
Whoop.
There we go.
Some of the challenges in our department, I guess identified three. One of them would be staffing. Staff training due to COVID and sometimes finances. We don't always get the training for our staff that we want to. So we want to work on that. That's one of our challenges. We also have make sure that the workers have the material and equipment to get their jobs done. With higher material costs and lower budgets, that is a challenge. Another one is training personnel to cover during someone's when they're gone out for training or they're sick. We don't have a trained person to take over that person, whether it's the grader operator, whether it's the water plant operator. We need to have a backup plan. So that's one of our challenges that we're working on now too. And lastly, in the staffing department is making sure our staff's mental and physical health is being considered.
Good point.
The public works department is physically and emotionally demanding department. There's a lot of people that rely on our services, and we want to perform them as best we can with the resources that we have. So
Absolutely. Really quickly, Ira, one of the workers, and all of your workers are great, is the grader person. Everybody has opinions as to fixing roads here and there, and the grader person is doing the best they can, and Facebook can sometimes get a little opinionated, and people who read it do get impacted by that. So that's so true in the mental and physical health. Is got to understand when we have issues or complaints that we need to know them, but we need to also have the recommendations with them. So it's a very good point.
yeah, we need to do a hazard assessment on that so we can identify and control the mental and physical aspect of the job. Yes. Next is budgets, and that is another challenge. Inadequate operating funding from ISC. Thank you. From ISC, that's why we're trying to generate a little more of our own revenue with our equipment and stuff, just so that we can beef up our budgets a little bit and get the things done we want to get done. There is no inflation rate increases, even though inflation is going up in the outside world. Our dollars that we get from ISC don't always go up as they should to match that inflation. So
they have been in that funding model since 1996. And so we're actually currently working with them to adjust them. So let's just hope it's real this time.
yes, yeah, that's right. The cost of building supplies and fuel have dramatically increased, and this of course affects our budgets. Like building supplies have tripled in the past year. Fuel costs, we have no control over these costs. They just go up, and we just have to try to get done what we can get done with the amount of funding that we get. So that's a challenge. And capital purchases are a challenge when you don't have an adequate, realistic budget for all our departments. It's not consistent. It's relying on casino revenue as well as other revenues to try and get the capital purchases that we want to get done. So that is sometimes a challenge. So we'll work with what we can.
Yeah.
And lastly, your solid waste. Solid waste and disposal methods, we must change those on the reserve here, because in my eyes, we're contaminating the little bit of land that we call our reserve here. So I really like to see a change in how we manage our solid waste on the First Nation. We have started with Loris disposal in the subdivisions, but we've got to increase that so that it includes all members.
Yeah.
We must stop burning of our waste. That's another thing that is a challenge, is to keep the fires down, because people live nearby there and they don't want to smell that.
I smell it every evening.
Unfortunately, live close, yeah. And we want to allocate more funding to waste management, and like I said earlier, the transfer station and things like that, they'll require a little bit of money. Like, we want to staff that transfer station. We can't just leave it open for everybody to come and go. It's got to be have a committed staff member to it. We also want to encourage our residents to practice the 3 R's: recycle, reuse, and reduce. We have started that in the, like I said, the upper subdivision, lower subdivision with the rollout carts. That's a good program to get into. It will reduce our waste over the long run.
Yeah.
And promote recycling. So. And work plans for the next 6 months, up to 2 years, is the water treatment plants will be installing cisterns in some of our homes that we got funded for. So that's in the next month or so, we'll be doing that. We'll be finishing the water treatment plant upgrade, which will give us a better source of water. We're going to mineralize the water, so it won't be water that's been RO'd, everything taken out, and it's just water. We need to put some minerals back in there so that it's healthier for our members. We can make the water safe, but we also want to make it healthy. And be working with the roads department on a project to clean up contaminated sites. That's been a long time in coming, and I think it was started in 2010 or something, but it wasn't carried forward. So we want to bring that up now that there's funding available. We want to get that started this year. As well as training for heavy equipment and water treatment plant, as well as their normal duties. We do want to get them well trained for to be the next up and coming operators on equipment and water treatment plants. So that's in the plans. In our community buildings, Grady will be working to get our community buildings up to code. There's a lot to do renovation wise. There's HVAC systems, there's aging furnaces. So he's kept quite busy with things like that. And it almost seems like more things are getting put on his plate every so often. So he stays very busy. And over the 2-year work plan, I'd like to oversee and participate in the Capital Growth Project. That is going to be happening, like I said, this year. It's going to get started, but it's over 2 years. So
Yeah.
We will have equipment on our roads for the next couple of years. And it took this long to get the roads in that condition. It'll take 2 years to get them back to good condition, I'm hoping. So plan, and we'd like to plan and coordinate with the lands department a suitable location for a permanent or solid waste transfer station. I keep talking about that solid waste transfer station because it's something that is coming, and the community's got to get used to that. And we won't have a landfill to just throw our garbage in anymore. It will be taken off reserve to an engineered landfill. So
Pretty tough to look at the solid waste we have right now.
It is.
Is over there, but with no budget, you can tell we're doing what we can.
Yeah, we're doing what we can, and we do have a landfill inspection happening next week. So we will be doing a little bit of work there, and hopefully we get some good marks on the inspection, and we might promote this transfer station a little quicker, I'm hoping. And establishing a plan for a possible heritage center within the community. I think that was one of Chief and Council's plans for the heritage center. So as the O&M department, we want to be part of that as well.
Good. Oh, you have a detailed PowerPoint. I'm impressed. I just there was one online question. I had a few comments. We're 20 minutes behind, so I want to not take too long. But somebody made a comment about you're talking about the 605 grid. What is the plan for our secondary roads?
There are secondary roads that are part of that. The 605 is 14 kilometers of rebuilding, as well as the grade will get worked on. We'll have a new guardrail going down. And at the last meeting I was at, I kind of reinforced that we should start at the bridge by the store, south of the store, and at least get to the top of the grade this first year with the first.
Nice.
Because that's the most challenging. I think most people don't want to travel the grade when it rains. They don't want to go on that road by Chester's because of the condition of it. So I and Gary both said that yes, we should. That's the first part that should be worked on. Yeah, so.
Very good. No, that turn by Myrna's and Linus's is wicked, I tell you, when it rains.
It can be. Yes.
We've purchased a ditch mower in the last 2 years to keep our ditches clean, and that comment online was also about drifts of snow. So making sure our ditches are clear of any bushes. Or we purchased a new water truck to deliver. And we upgraded our water treatment plant. Very biased, but we have the best water in Canada now because of our new filtration system. Or what is the proper term of that? What we're doing there?
It's a Cybrom system. It's sapphire integrated biological reverse osmosis membrane.
Oh, that's a $20 word you just used there. Yeah, yeah.
That's the acronym is a CYBROM, and it is biological treatment before an RO unit.
Absolutely. You know, we have a maintenance fee of $60 right now to non-CMHC homes. Water delivery, sewage pickup, garbage pickup, you know, all that is definitely subsidized at $60. But, you know, even some in the community don't pay that 60, and that affects how much you can do in your department.
That's
You
right.
know, and it's really tough, and, you know, and it's not like we're trying to, you know, gouge so you and I can go to Regina on a travel trip with that $60. It really is to help with a very unfunded department, and, you know, that's something we need to better educate and to show. And your PowerPoint really showed the good breakdown. My last comment is about Loris and recycling. We're stewards, you know, and I recall my growing up, you know, sometimes burning our garbage in our own backyard. We moved away from that to one garbage pit now, but the next goal is to get a more professional garbage center, as we call it, waste center. But what are some final words you can share with our citizens listening on the garbage bins they have at their house, or maybe and stuff like that? How can we improve to help Public Works?
I think the best way we can improve that is we went to Loris because of the bin cost to rebuild, to build a wooden bin was costing us about $150. And if a bear gets into it, well, there's $150 gone. It just demolishes the bin. With the Loris contract, they come and take our garbage away, and they charge us $110 for that bin. We don't pay for the bin though. As long as we signed the contract for 5 years, they supply the bins. So that was kind of enticing to me. And it's costing about $10 per unit in the subdivisions to get that garbage taken away. And I know it is a challenge for some people to stay within that bin capacity, I guess. And that has been a challenge for a few families. And all I can say to that is try and do a little more recycling, please. I know a lot of our residents are. And if there's any way that Public Works can help out a little more with managing the garbage, we will try as best we can. We do have a garbage truck still for the scattered units. So if we need to go and on an emergency pick up garbage or something, that's something that we will do.
Absolutely.
But the recycling is the big thing, I guess, and reduce our waste.
Well, thank you for that. You know, as we're safe at home, the Public Works, the infrastructure team are still at work every day, making sure our roads are cleared, our garbage is picked up. So, you know, make sure you give, you know, kudos to Grady and all the frontline staff there, to Ryan and the roads, and Mitch as well, and also our faithful Art and John Dennis. I know I'm forgetting a few, but, you know, you run a very good department there, and we rely on it. So thank you, Ira.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay. All right. We are officially 26 minutes behind time. I got Health and Social Development. Kelly, come on down. Our newest family member.
Thank you.
Hi, Kelly.
Hi.
So Kelly is our Director of Health and Social Development. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Kelly, you gotta tell us a little bit about yourself first. Growing up in Whitewood, was it?
Yes,
Whitewood?
I grew up in
All the
Whitewood.
way in Whitewood, yeah,
Made
okay.
it all the way to Cowessess.
Good. Well, Kelly joined the team, what would be 3 weeks ago now?
2.5.
2.5.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna ask you questions. You're gonna look at me and say, well, in the last 2.5 weeks, this is what we've done. Okay,
Pretty
sounds
much.
good. Well, we'll get right into the presentation. I know we have a lot in this department that is doing great things, and so there you go. Is this the right slide to
Yes,
start with? Okay.
yes, it is. And I've been making notes, watching everybody so that I can beef it up a little
Good.
bit.
Sounds good.
Okay, so our health and social development budget does come from FNIB and ISK. We also get a little bit from FSIN. And for this fiscal year, it is balanced. Our overall budget combined is 1.3 million for this fiscal year. And then I'm gonna jump into our short-term goals. So our main goal right now that we're focusing on with COVID-19 is to have 85% of the residents of Cowessess have at least one vaccination in the near future. So it's really important. Right now we're at about 43%. So we have a ways to go, although we do have 67 people on the list for vaccination tomorrow. So that's really good news. And also it came out last week that we can start vaccinating the 12 to 15-year-olds. So that adds some more people into those groups. And I know some people are a little bit hesitant with being vaccinated. We've heard some negative things on the news and whatnot, but I really want to encourage everybody because we want to get back to normal. We want to be together. We want to do those things. It's important for our mental health, community spirit, things like that. So, and also just to let everybody know, we've had both Pfizer and Moderna in the community, and we haven't had any adverse reactions. Everybody who's been vaccinated is well and healthy and safe, and that's really good news. So the next thing on the short-term goals list for myself in the department is to complete the Accreditation Canada Cumentum survey by September 2021, and that's a really short time frame, and so I got my work cut out for me, but I know that with Angie's support we can get it done. I went through accreditation twice, the process twice now, and I know so has Angie, and we'll be working really hard on that together and with the staff.
Nice.
So
Really quickly, Kelly,
Yep.
what role does the community play in the survey?
There's a survey that goes.
there is a survey that goes out to the community. Sorry, I have been through accreditation, but
Yep.
not with this company, so I'm learning.
So just for the ones listening, just prepare, a survey will be coming to your house to help our health department get, continue to be accredited.
Yes,
Yes, okay.
exactly. Thanks. So the next thing that the department is working on is preparing to participate in the planning for your 10-year plan for the nation. So getting some feedback from staff about that, about needs and goals, and looking farther into the future. So we're working on that. So, okay, all right, now, sorry, I'm a little bit
You're doing
looking at
awesome,
my
no
notes.
worries.
Thank you, I'm a little bit nervous, so. Anyways, next we'll move on to long-term goals. So our first long-term goal is to ensure that there's adequate staffing for all the programs and services in the department. Right now, we're short a few staff. We're in the process of posting, interviewing, hiring, things like that. And we've done a few interviews already since I've been here. And also, I've been discussing with Angie some plans to support with management and leadership for planning for a long-term care facility in the community.
Nice.
So that's really exciting.
Malcolm's not getting any younger. We gotta prepare long-term
Goodness.
facility.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. It's a priority. Okay, so I kind of, I repeated myself in my slide here a little bit about understaffing and working to fill several key positions. And so as a new director, I am learning about the needs of the people of Cowessess, the workings of the department and the organization as a whole. So I look forward to meeting and working with the people of Cowessess. Hopefully, like I said, with that, 85% vaccination, we'll be out and about and meeting people. So I know that I've observed Cowessess has some really awesome things happening here that I'm really excited to be working with, and I'm excited to learn more also.
Nice. We populate fast because we're really good looking too.
Oh,
just to let you know.
Oh,
Yeah.
goodness,
But,
okay.
really quickly, as a new director, that's really shows your great leadership because you're not coming in with, preconceptions. You want to get to know us better. So
Exactly.
Bonnie, is that a true comment or what you're laughing over there? Oh, is that it for how? Oh,
Sorry,
geez,
short
no
and
worries.
sweet
I just have a quick couple comments here.
Okay.
Vaccine rollout and Heidi being our nurse, we're at about 45%. I can be off a little bit.
Yeah.
We provide
Yeah.
rides.
Yeah.
We're trying to address the misconceptions.
Yeah.
We're trying to have a powwow this summer, but in order to get back to somewhat of a normal,
Mhm.
we need to get to at least 80%
Yes.
of, we say 85.
Yeah.
I don't know if you had any comments to that, Kelly, in regards to, what we're doing for the vaccine rollout and, maybe some questions we can leave with them if we can help them. So yeah, I don't know if you had anything with the vaccine rollout.
Yeah, so like I said, we have a lot of people still to vaccinate. Cowessess is allocated a significant amount of vaccine in the next month. So we certainly have more than enough to get those vaccines in arms, which is really important. In the last couple of COVID task force meetings that I've sat with, we've had discussions about ways to, have incentives to get people to take the vaccine. And we don't want to ever push anyone. It's certainly a human right to make that decision, but it's really important. It's really important for the safety of elders, children, anybody who has any kind of illness. So I know I'm new to the community, and certainly, I haven't developed that trust and stuff, but I'm just hoping that people will take my word for it, Heidi's word for it, your word for it, that, it's safe and it's so very important.
And like you said, we've given 482 and now one person has had a long-term effect.
Exactly.
Really quickly, the pandemic, and you've stepped in 2.5 weeks. Our health staff have been leading the care packages, going above and beyond, way outside their job description, which kind of, puts their job description at challenges for some that expect that because they're doing so much. I just, just wanted to share, not really looking for a comment from you unless you had one, but we're trying to make it more easy on health staff to get back to their true role, even though they're going above and beyond, like many other staff. We're getting away from providing care packages to starting to give purchase orders. So, we could get our staff. So, the health staff are amazing. They're in the basement here and at our band office. So good. I don't think there's any questions online. So thank you, Kelly. You're right to the point. And, I hope the community gets to, you get to know our director. So far, she's been amazing. And so keep up the good work.
I'll try to have a few more slides for the next
Sounds good. Sounds good. And we made up some time, so that's good. All right, next we have is Bonnie LaValle, Director of Housing. Come on down, Bonnie. Yeah. See, we need to get the 85% vaccine so people can start snagging again. Hey, Bonnie, is that it? Yeah. It's been a cold 16 months. Yeah. I'm not saying you, but your giggle is kind of including you in that. So good. So Bonnie, our Director of Housing, housing as, I made a comment earlier, Bonnie, that housing is one of the most challenging positions, and you lead it. You're a grandmother in the community, but let's get right into your PowerPoint and we'll have a little discussion after. So, did you have any opening comments or should I get right up to the PowerPoint?
To the PowerPoint.
All right, sounds good.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to thank all the members and citizens online participating in the meeting this evening. I did check the number of participants and I was quite impressed with the number of participants. In regards to housing, as many know, I've been involved in First Nations housing for about 25 years, so I bring quite a bit of knowledge to the area of housing. Some of the items that we face within the housing department, go ahead, Pat.
Is it
Chief?
Sometimes it gets I just gotta click it. There we go.
Okay, the housing department receives their financial resources from Indigenous Services Canada, Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation, rents, maintenance fees, and our own source revenues. These funds are used for administration costs, housing insurance, maintenance, audit fees, CMHC replacement reserve contributions, mortgage payments, reconstruction and renovation projects, vehicle repairs, maintenance, inspections, and fumigation. The housing department will be seeing a shortfall this budget year, mainly due to various new housing projects. We are currently assessing where we can access additional funds through these projects. As one of the previous directors had mentioned, the cost of materials and supplies has substantially increased since COVID began, and that's kind of throwing a wrench into the whole planning and budgeting process for the housing projects. With some of the housing projects and financial assistance we're receiving, we work in partnership with various departments. We work closely with the community preparation program who assisted us in covering some of the cost of wages for the new housing projects. Our overall budget for this year, that's including the new housing projects, as mentioned, we get financial resources from ISC to their band-based capital budget. Our band-based capital budget revenues consist of the band-based capital we get from INAC, which is $279,000. The rest of the resources are anticipated resources from the maintenance fees and so forth. Our CMHC own M budget revenues come from the CMHC subsidy that we receive for the CMHC units, and also the anticipated rents that we hope to collect from the CMHC units. The new housing projects, the financial resources come from CMHC, either a loan from a financial resources. One of the projects is contribution from ISC under the immediate needs project program. And then this year we're going to be receiving some CMHC special initiative funding pertaining to the CMHC RAP program and the CMHC Youth Initiatives Employment Program. So total revenues of $4,641,274 is what we're anticipating to receive. Our expenses under the band-based capital budget for this is where we code all of our repairs and so forth, wages and etc. So this budget is anticipated expenses of $574,225. Our CMHC O&M budget is anticipated expenses of $611,664. If you'll notice the revenues for the CMHC O&M budget and compare that to the expenses of the CMHC O&M budget, you'll see that the CMHC program is anticipated to run a deficit. And unfortunately, that's just how that whole CMHC Section 95 program runs. Doesn't matter how much rents we receive. If we collected every penny of the rents anticipated, that program would still run a deficit. We have the new housing projects. We're anticipated expenses for the new housing project is $4.5 million. And then the CMHC special initiative is just money coming out and coming in and going out for those two different projects. So our anticipated total expenses is $5,772,000, which leaves us with a shortfall overall within the whole housing department of $1.1 million. We have been assigned by leadership to try and assess where we can find additional funds for these projects. And once again, we're kind of in we have a major challenge because of the cost of materials and supplies with all of these new housing projects that we have going on right now.
Really quickly, Bonnie, the cost of wood, does that come into factor with you yet? Like
yes.
With the COVID right now in the economy?
Yes, we take a look at what we're having to spend right now on material for the projects that we have going on has substantially increased. We've been reaching out to different suppliers to get quotes from different suppliers just to do some price comparisons and so forth, and going with sometimes the lower price, but sometimes it seems like one supplier may have certain items at a reduced cost than this other supplier, but then when it evens out with all the different materials that we need, it evens out. Yeah, so it's quite challenging.
Our trees in the community must be looking a little more juicy lately. Yeah.
Our goal within the housing department, our goal within the housing department is to recruit and retain staff to adequately maintain existing units and construct new housing units, and further to efficiently administer the housing program services on behalf of the nation. We have begun the journey to hire our own construction crews as opposed to contracting out our construction projects. This would enable the nation to provide training and employment to our younger citizens and community members and promote the various trades within our younger generations. You take a look at what's happening out there. A lot of our tradesmen are older individuals. We need to start trying to promote and encourage our younger generations to get into the trades. So this is one of the this is one of the aspects we have taken into consideration when we decided to look at hiring our own crew members. The tenant relations arm of the department will begin focusing on tenant training regarding preventative and minor maintenance, roles and responsibilities of tenants, and further develop a consistent communication system with all tenants. If people that live within the community probably have noticed over the years how the housing department has suffered because of the lack of staff and financial resources that the department has had. We're going to have 2 tenant relation officers on staff. We have our administrative assistant. We have myself. We've hired some tradespeople. We have our, we're fortunate to hire our own band member as a construction supervisor. His name is Jamie Leroy. He comes with us with many years' experience within the construction industry. He's a journeyman carpenter. He's also been a job coach for SIT. So he comes to us with a lot of experience. One of the other individuals that we hired recently in December was our own plumbing and heating technician. Again, one of our own band members who brings years of experience, and we're very happy to have him. He's assisted us quite substantially in all the different areas within housing, and that's Brandon Ccac, better known as Groovy, out in the community. So he's really helped us a lot. He comes with a lot of experience and so forth. We are currently recruiting, have an advertisement, job posting out to recruit additional crew members for our housing crew. We're looking for people who are, we're looking for citizens or non-citizens within the surrounding areas that, that may be an apprentice or have years of experience in a labor, possibly even another journeyman carpenter. Because of the number of projects we currently have on the go. We will be, as of today, there's a posting sent out. We are recruiting an on-reserve housing committee consisting of 8 members to assist in assessing and recommending to council on major decisions related to tenancy issues. So to me, that committee is going to be a very helpful part with the recommendations to council. We at times we're challenged with dealing with a lot of tenancy issues that are above and beyond our own decision-making power. So, this committee will help us assess those situations and make their recommendations to council. So I look forward to that. The housing department faces many challenges, which are mainly due to lack of financial resources to effectively administer the housing program and services and to adequately maintain and repair our housing assets. The recent housing survey that was completed provided the tenants with some of the challenges we face within our department and provided us some suggestions on which direction to take to address the financial shortfall within the department. Many of our units are in dire need of major renovations. However, due to the lack of financial resources, we are unable to address the needed renovations. I anticipate the new housing committee will provide direction to address the dilemma we face with the condition of existing units. We plan to inspect all the units to develop a short and long-term renovation plan. And that plan should be based on the condition and age of the units. These inspections will provide a tool for short and long-term renovation and maintenance planning. Because what we see out there right now within our housing assets, some of our units built in 1990 are in worse condition than some of our units built in 1977. So I think having all the units inspected would give us a good clear picture of where we need to move forward first within the housing renovations. Not only do we see a lot of structural type repairs that are required, we also see that a lot of our furnaces and water heaters are aging, much need replacement. So that kind of puts a financial strain on our department also at times. Currently, we have many new housing projects on the go, and we are near completion of the phase 21 new housing project, which consists of 4 units. We are in the process of completing two new 2-bedroom duplexes and a unit to replace a tertiary unit. And that's a project that come from ISC Immediate Needs Initiative. We're also rebuilding 2 new units that were lost in a fire. We have another project, phase 22, the foundations for the phase 22, which consists of 3 new housing units have started. We're anticipating starting phase 23 new housing project this summer, which consists of 6 new housing projects. Again, too, we need to really sit down and assess to see when we will move forward with some of these projects, mainly because of the shortfall that we're experiencing this year. Can we, can we manage to delay one of those projects until next fiscal year? And that's something that we need to assess. So those are some of the items that we're moving forward with within the housing department. Some of our challenges, sharing our budget with membership and so forth, and so.
Mm-hmm. No, Bonnie, you're doing a great job. Every director is empowered to and implement their mission, their idea. You're doing that in housing. Since you've been on, you have went from where contractors off the reserve or maybe an independent contractor on the reserve was kind of the end all and be all. You come in with a crew. We have Groovy, we have Jamie, and then Jamie has a crew. So we're able to address without it delaying and overworking one worker. So I just wanted to share that's a positive. I really see. I just wanted to share all my comments here. If there's no questions on online, and then you could answer them. I just wanted to mention about reporting. We have a $60 maintenance fee. And then CMHC units that have mortgages, the ones in those homes have, their rent. And sometimes, I find housing is the highest turnover of staff, and, the lateral violence, the perception of housing, the mistrust from some tenants, it really puts pressure on Sandy and the tenant relation officers, and turnover is quite high. And then with that turnover, you lose that knowledge, and it just puts us in this cycle of just can't get better in housing. So reporting better back to the tenants, with and it's with finance as well. It's not just your department, but that's something that we have been talking about. Communication, better communication. Usually the Facebook group, res group, usually hears our housing issues, and sometimes that doesn't get, usually when someone complains or has an issue, we want to address it, but there's a certain way to communicate. So we kind of got to meet halfway. I just wanted to mention housing is everything in the house. Correct me if I'm wrong. And anything outside the house is Ira's department. So like the cistern, the sewage, if something happens there, definitely contact housing, but you're going to transition it to Ira. Is that how it works?
Yes, yeah. Everything within, with the division of responsibilities between the two departments, housing is responsible for everything within the house and 2 feet exterior of the house. Anything past that is facilities infrastructure responsibility.
Yeah. When it comes to repairs, there's 2 approaches I learned. There's the cosmetics. Like I'll give you an example. I want a different kitchen counter on my kitchen. The current one works, but it's old. That's cosmetics. And then there's major repair. Like that is where mold and deteriorations, trying to even do repairs with a $1.1 million deficit is challenging. I just wanted to mention my last comment is this role the committee is going to play. So just let you know, today, I believe, was it today, Pat Riddle, we posted? Yeah, for committee. So we are asking for an on-reserve tenants committee. So apply if you want to come and help. Housing needs help. Bonnie's doing a great job. The team's doing a great job. We have to figure this out. Housing is a community responsibility. Sometimes we tend to just want to blame some, and that's not the solution. We have to come up as a community on, the tenants have a responsibility, council have a responsibility, and the housing department has a responsibility, and we must figure that out. A questionnaire went out a few weeks ago, and we're going to do another questionnaire just to continuously try and adjust to get this right. And all of our homes are Cowessess. Sometimes we title them, that's a band unit, that's a CMHC unit.
they're all Cowessess homes. It's just that some have a mortgage, and that's why we title them as CMHC. So from a self-government perspective, we have to try figure out the simple terms. These are all Cowessess units. Then lastly, how do we transition from a social housing perspective to empowering the tenants to make it more of their unit? Even though the land is under the Indian Act, it's really next to impossible to have that as a private home. But how do we empower the tenants to make it feel more like their home? That's we do know that is already here, but realistically we have to start putting it on paper. Anyways, just sharing some
Yeah.
housing ideas moving forward.
And I think that's quite important to really consider some type of home ownership program on the reserve. There's a land issue that may create some challenges in meeting that goal or that dream. But we have many fortunate members that live on the reserve that make, that have a lot of, I would say, they're not rich, but they make some good income and can afford to purchase their own homes. But we need to develop those mechanisms for our members to do that. I think of, I'm of the belief that, if we can get away from this whole social housing initiative and start developing this whole new home ownership, and it'll alleviate some of the stress on the nation and trying to always having to find additional financial resources to throw into the housing department.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And I guess it's not only to address that issue, but to me, housing, when you purchase your own home, that's an investment. That's a personal investment. And I had the opportunity to work for a condo association, and I was so impressed when I seen 24, 25-year-olds purchasing their own homes.
Yeah.
And I always thought, how can we get our younger generation to start thinking that way? To own their homes. Yeah. So it's a dream that we have, and hoping that one time we can reach that goal.
We'll get there. There's a few comments online. Angie, you want to read them out?
Yeah. Well, I had some questions with regards to the committee that's being created, that's been posted, whether or not it's on reserve only. And I commented that yes, it's only on reserve, and that it's meant to deal with the day-to-day, as well as the questions as to why not a board. And I said that I advised them that this is something we're working towards.
Yeah.
So some of the questions that came thereafter is what is the statement is the board would be a better choice than a committee, but why have a committee if what they do gets reversed at chief and council table? This one statement.
Oh my God!
That's your answer.
Hit me right in there, right where it hurts. I'll address those.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Really good question. Yeah. Let's see. I'll start off with so tomorrow, Mikiwam Housing Inc. Cowessess has Mikiwam. The Mikiwam is the long-term goal is to transition housing to more of a insurance incorporated structure that focuses not only on the reserve homes but future developments off the reserve, maybe lakefront property, stuff like that. So that is in the works. Housing is tough to change. I'm gonna just put my shield down and say many great ideas have come forward. And the community, the council, even sometimes executive and management, there's just so many questions that we always end up back on, on a path when it has the ruts. You try to get off the ruts. We always tend to fall back into the ruts because housing is really tough to change. The committee is going to be a recommending body. We currently have a committee. It's called the Citizens Committee. They do a great job. It's on and off reserve members. But some of the council spoke up and said, no, it should only be on the reserve members. So that's why we went this route. So the committee is going to be for on reserve. They're going to help Bonnie and the department and the executive on the housing list, making sure it's fair, getting a house, who owes deficit. And then it'll be all recommended to council, and council at the end of the day make final decision. But the long-term goal is to transition to Mikiwam housing. It's just, change takes time sometimes. like my friend says, change is good, donkey. My Shrek quote, but sometimes change is pretty tough to implement. I hope I captured those questions.
Yeah, and I guess to confirm then, Migiwam Housing Inc. is the board you're referring to, that's going to be in the future?
That's in the works. Council do have to approve it, and the council pretty much said if the community buys in, then we'll take this more seriously, and that's why we're doing these questionnaires to welcome in what Migiwam Housing Inc. means, what its purpose is, what its mandate. One of the fears council have brought up is the moment Migiwam takes over all of our houses, does that mean that people are not paying rent, are going to get evicted? Because housing is, we do have some challenges, but that's not the role of Migiwam. Migiwam is to make sure that it's non-political, that it's fair, that it's progressive. And, I'm not saying council don't do that, but, sometimes housing can get political. Not this council per se, but in the past, we've all seen how housing could go from election to election. And Migiwam would be more of a continuum of, the same great approach. So anyways, tomorrow's Migiwam, we could definitely have more of that conversation.
Another one, who chooses who gets a home or a bigger home on the nation, and what is the process?
Who chooses? Did you want to do that one?
Sure, I can do that. We currently have the Citizens Committee that we work with. Citizens Committee is the one that evaluates whom should receive a housing unit based on family size, based on different factors, and they make a recommendation to Chief and Council. So the Housing Department gathers the information, the applications, all the different supporting documentation that goes with the application, and that's all forwarded to the Citizen Committee. The Citizen Committee then makes a recommendation, Chief and Council will make a final decision.
So council make the final decision, and right now with the Citizens Committee, made up of on and off reserve housing committee members, will assess it with Bonnie and the team and the executive and bring the recommendation to council. But with this new committee, if they're going to be the ones bringing the recommendations. There was one more comment about we have a senior in the community with not a great roof. We identify those and put those on the action plans, and with a $1.1 million deficit, it's definitely like we're not trying to just pick and choose based on on biases. We're trying to get to as much as we can, but everybody needs to bring it to Sandy and Bonnie and housing. Sometimes telling council through inbox or a phone call is good for council to be aware, but it always has to go to housing to make sure that it's written, that it's in our plans, and then that's how we best address it. Putting it on Facebook will definitely create a little more conversation, both good and not so good, and highlight that maybe sometimes we could do better, but sometimes it also hurts the staff in the mental, emotional, because sometimes people who are not in these meetings and office, we're trying, we really are trying. So, work with Sandy, work with Bonnie in the housing department, and we will try our best to address it.
Other question? The new committee that's being posted, is that temporary?
The new committee that's being posted, the timeline is they will be there until this council or a future council deem it unnecessary. So ultimately, I could confidently say that this committee will remain here for this term. And if re-elected, I'm gonna get into my election speech. I'm teasing. For until this council or the next council deem, I would say if Migiwam become a reality, then that's when this committee would probably transition to Migiwam and help Migiwam. But it's here for the foreseeable future.
And how often does the Citizen Committee meet right now?
Angie or Bonnie, did you want to answer that
So
one?
every second or third month, depending on the items that have to go to their table for discussion. Yeah.
About every 4 to 6 weeks, it depends on the situation. Yeah.
Just about every month.
And budget, yeah. The other, last question is who sits on that committee and, yeah, who sits on the committee?
So on the current House Citizens Committee, on the reserve is Ira, Calvin Fiddler,
Pearl.
Miss Pearl. Geez, I was thinking of Miss Pearl's name. Miss Pearline. Off the reserve is Kevin Friesen.
Leon,
Leon Pelche. Memory Delorme.
sorry.
Sherry Sparvier. Not Kevin.
No.
Okay, yeah, Kevin's on TLE. And that's who's on the current Citizens Committee. So they all bring a different capacity perspective, from house owners to working with housing organizations. But this council wanted to sunset them and to bring in a on reserve committee. Okay, well, thank you, Bonnie. Housing will move forward one day at a time, so keep up the good work.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right, we are 23 minutes behind, and we have our one of two online presentations tonight. So let's see, I gotta unping me, and I gotta find Jessica on here. So remove ping of me. And let's see here. There you are. And oh, you moved. I just about pinged Florence. There we go. Good evening, Jessica.
Hi, everyone.
Oh, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now? I don't think I'm on
No,
mute.
still I can't hear you. Maybe someone else can hear you.
I can hear her.
Maybe, did I mute everybody? Hang on, Jessica.
Yes, you did. Well, you must have.
Okay, hang on, Jessica. It's not you, it's us.
I hear her.
See
Mhm.
For some reason, we muted. Hang on, let's go to Jessica. Mute. Unmute. Sorry, everybody. Give us, we got our first hiccup of technology tonight. Let me see here. Okay, we'll figure this out. So more. Oh, is Rhoda on? Oh yeah, Rhoda's on. Rhoda, I don't know if you could probably hear me, Rhoda, but did we mute everybody? Sorry, I'm usually pretty good at Zoom. This is my first hiccup tonight.
Upon entry,
think I can
everybody is
hear.
muted.
Hang on, I think I know what's up. I think that I put the speaker.
Can you hear me? Sounds like we can hear him, but he can't hear us.
Jessica, say something again.
Everyone, can you hear me now?
No?
I can hear her.
In online, Deanna, I can see your face right now. Can you hear Jessica when she talks?
Yes, I can. We can hear
Yeah.
Jessica.
Oh, it's just us we can't hear.
I think it's, yeah.
Yes, it's
Now I
just
can
you.
tell all
Why
sorts of lots.
doesn't- No, it's not. I don't think it's that.
No, you're not plugged
They
in.
hear the chief.
No, but I should still have volume.
You should still hear something here.
So why don't you play it on your phone? Why don't you turn it up?
Okay, I'm locked on without audio, but I will try.
Sorry, it's only in-house we can't hear you. Everybody else can hear you.
Oh,
So I won't put them on the spot and turn the mic over to them then.
Yeah.
Did he make you the host, Jessica?
Sorry, what's that?
Did he make you the host?
I don't think I'm the host. No.
No, we could hear you now, Jessica. So you go ahead.
Okay, sounds good. Are you gonna bring the PowerPoint up on the screen? Awesome. Okay. Well, okay. Sorry that we caused the first hiccup of the evening here. But yeah, thanks for having me. So Jessica Nixon, you guys have seen my face around for the last 4 years. Actually, next week on Tuesday will be my 4-year anniversary working for Cowessess, so I'm super excited for that. Over these 4 years, my role has changed a little bit. So I've started as the Director of Economic Development for the first 2 years. And then as Cowessess Ventures startup, I was the CEO of Cowessess Ventures for an additional 2 years. And now coming into 2021, We've rejigged things in the Economic Development Department, and I'm kind of playing two roles where I'm back as the Director of Economic Development for the nation and reporting to Chief and Council. So that's kind of half of my time. And then the other half of my time, I'm still working as the Project Director for Cowessess Ventures and reporting to that Board of Directors and working on specific project execution for them. So under my hat as the Director of Economic Development for Cowessess First Nation, which is what I'm going to present on tonight. Tomorrow, when the Ventures gives their update, you'll see me again. So I'll save that information for them. But I am in my role as Director, I oversee and provide financial oversight to 4C farms in the operation. I'm also responsible for the new development of the Urban Indigenous Health Center, which is the large office building project on Albert Street. In addition, later in June here, we'll be rolling out a small business funding program. It's a bit of a COVID relief program for CFN members who have small businesses. So stay tuned later in June for details on that. As well as anytime the community is presented with a new business deal or opportunity, I help do the evaluation on that, in addition to applying for grant funds for all of the projects that we're working on in the ECDEV side. And I'm really pleased to continue to lead the nation's efforts in renewable energy. Over the past number of years, we've been able to build quite a portfolio, and Cowessess has become a leader for sure in Indigenous Indigenous renewable energy development, both in Saskatchewan and quite frankly across Canada. So our goal is really to keep the ball rolling on that. But tonight, I wanted to talk to you about two projects specifically that are happening in the community that you're probably seeing activity on in the community. So we can just jump slides here. And that is the Cowessess Community Building Solar Project. So many of you guys will have seen, for those of you who live on reserve, you will have seen these posters up at 5 buildings, these site sign posters. So the water treatment plant, the mall, the school, the seniors complex, as well as the band office. And each of those 5 buildings, we have installed solar net metering systems. And we were able to do this with the support of the Federal Low Carbon Economy Fund. So it was funding that came from the Federal Ministry of Environment. So just giving a little bit of an update on how the finances for that project have unrolled. So the original project budget was $879,000. Of that, basically the bulk of it, like 830 some thousand of that, was to Skyfire, our solar contractor, to purchase the panels and do all of the construction work associated with it. And then we had some additional soft costs for the remaining portion. And so the funding for that came primarily through the fund, $633,000. Then the nation also took out a loan for $210,000. And then we've used $36,000 of own source revenue to offset the remaining balance. So overall, the project is coming in slightly under budget, and we've had a couple of delays, which I can share what those exactly are. So we're coming in just shy of $900,000 on the project. But the really cool thing is that these solar systems will actually offset the energy consumption at each one of those buildings. And over time, we will actually repay the debt over the first 7 years of the installation. And after 7 years, all of those buildings, our power bills should be very, very close to zero on those buildings. Not quite, just because of the sizing, but it's definitely a long-term investment by the community to move green, as well as to reduce our future power bills. So we can jump to the next slide. So I just wanted to give a shout out to Daphne Kay. Daphne works very closely with myself. Her role is the community energy specialist. She's been in that role for just over a year. And so this was a great project when she started, it fired up. And so she's been managing kind of the day-to-day and helping get training coordinated for community members and helping with on-site labor requirements. So just wanted to give a shout out for Daphne for her help for managing. So for this project last June, we had 11 community members who went to solar installer training that was fully funded. And 3 individuals from that crew were hired by Skyfire. So we had James Delorme, Ashley Dawn, and Robert Kay were hired. Actually, Anthony was too. He just didn't last the whole duration, but that's great. We're just so happy that Skyfire works with our community to hire our members on projects. So unfortunately, that crew had to work during the winter months. Because we had a slight delay in the fall. So actually we had a geotechnical redesign, which means once we got in and we started drilling the piles for the project, we found out that the soil conditions weren't as we had originally planned. So we called on Curtis at Ccac to do welding. And,
Sorry, 1 second.
and he helped us modify the piles and carry on with the project.
Jessica, can you hear me right now?
Yeah.
Okay, you're not on mute. I just want to make sure. Yeah. So, okay, sorry, continue, Jessica. I just want to make sure.
Sure, sounds good. So we were also able to incorporate not just folks on the installation crew, but also local individuals who own businesses. So Curtis helped us with some welding. We had Daryl Pelche from Chimos do the sign installations and horizontal drilling. We had Jamie Leroy with Giebert Signs design and produce the site signage. So we're really pleased to incorporate community members that way. Also, we talk about the impacts that COVID has had through the year, and this was surely a project that we had time delays on, just simply because the crew had exposures to COVID, within the community. So it was a bit tough. So as of today, the senior center is fully operational, and the other 4 sites, the water treatment plant, the school, the band office, and the mall, are all going to be completed in the next 2 weeks here. And on June 9th, we're really excited that we're going to have an official public launch of the solar project. We're going to flip the switch and turn it on. We're going to have a traditional ceremony to go along with it and try and incorporate the youth at the school into the event. So we're really excited to kind of officially announce to the broader community. All of you have been seeing it for the last 6 months develop, but it's definitely something to be proud of. So. Okay, that's the On Reserve Community Solar Project. We can move on to 4C Farms now. So 4C Farms has had a very exciting and turbulent start to 2020. 4C Farms prior to this year was under the management of Cowessess Ventures. However, the board felt that the risk associated with farming and the return profile didn't align with their overall objectives. And so the farm's governance was actually returned under Cowessess First Nation ownership and management. So 4C Farms is 99% owned by Cowessess First Nation, and the chief and council are the acting board of directors. Councillor Gary Sparvier is our main conduit on behalf of council. And so he helps us kind of guide and navigate the path to ensure our decisions are congruent with that the leadership wants to see. In terms of resources working for the farm, we have citizen Terry Leroy, who's the ranch manager. He's been with us, I think, for 3 years now, and he oversees the cattle side of the operation, and he is right there alongside helping us make decisions and lay all the groundwork needed for the grain farming operation, which is where a big expansion has happened this year. We also have Alan Friesen. He's a ranch hand and he supports the day-to-day care of the animal herd. He's definitely bonded with the herd and he's calmed those cattle down over the last 4 years. We have some pictures later on. And myself, I'm not an on-site person, but because I own my own farm, I have some experience in this area. And so I just kind of help massage kind of the business and financial side to keep the on the ground crew with finances, quite frankly, to be able to do the work they really want to do. So, and then this year is the second year that we've had Reed Pillar from Grenfell assist us really with the execution of the grain farming side of things. So we have a custom farming contract with Reed. It's a 3-year contract whereby we hire him to use portions of his equipment and we pay him on a per acre rate to run his own equipment and do the work for us where we don't yet have enough equipment to do it ourselves. So there's 3 folks that Reed has brought with him who assist him in the operation as well. So the really exciting part for us this year was 2 funding sources that we've got. So the Saskatchewan Indian Equity Foundation helps new business startups, and we were able to get a grant to cover 30% of any of our new capital equipment costs, up to $250,000. So we've been slowly accessing that and purchasing pieces of equipment, which I'll share with you shortly. Secondly, this is the most exciting one, is Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada. They have a program called the Indigenous Agriculture and Food Systems Initiative. And really their objective as the federal government is to get more Indigenous folks and more Indigenous communities active in agriculture, knowing that it's one of our greatest resources is the large land base that the nation has. And so we were able to secure $922,000 for 4C farms over 3 years. And this has very specific things it can be used for. I have a huge spreadsheet to track this all, but we use it to cover part of our equipment costs, as well as it covers a portion of salaries, as well as portions of our seed, fertilizer, and chemical for the year. So we're really, really pleased to have that, because that is really the injection that we needed to keep the farm going strong. And in farming, financing is a huge piece of it. I mean, every spring you have to purchase hundreds of thousands of dollars of crop inputs to get the seed and fertilizer in the ground. And so we've been working very closely with Farm Credit Canada with an operating line of credit, and then with our local crop input providers. So you guys all drive by the Hometown Co-op in Broadview, the Nutrient distributor in Grenfell, and Richardson Pioneer in Whitewood. We have lines of credit with each one of them. So we're procuring part of our inputs, seed, fertilizer, and chemical from all three of those this season. So we're really pleased to have working relationships with those folks. We can move to the next slide. So what is all this funding and financing and new governance allowed us to do? Well, it's allowed us to take on 4,500 acres of grain farming land. So the 600 acres up in the RM of Grayson, which 4C has farmed for, oh my gosh, a number of years, is still there, and we're still actively doing that. We're really focused on that land for feedstock for our cattle herd. So mostly barley and oats is what we're growing on the north side of the valley. However, this year in the RM of El Capo, we've increased our acres to 3,900 on the home reserve. So this year, our barley's already seeded, 1,300 acres, 1,400 acres of wheat is already in, and we're about halfway through the canola seeding right now. There's 500 in and about 600 left to go acres of canola. So we have some pictures on the last slide. You can see the barley's already up a couple inches out of the ground. So we're really pleased to get an early start that way. That funding has also allowed us to buy some new equipment. So the crew is beyond ecstatic that we were able to purchase this beautiful John Deere tractor for them. This tractor is used for all aspects of the farm. So feeding the cows in the winter, cleaning the corrals, doing the baling, hauling bales, on the rock picker. You know, it can pull a harrow. So it's definitely a tool that's very valuable. We also bought a 2019 baler. A fuel vault to transport the fuel between all the pieces of equipment when we're out between the two different locations working. Also a car trailer to transport that 500-gallon fuel tank. And one of the most exciting parts is we've been able to purchase 7 new bins, and those new bins are going to store the harvest that we combine this fall. And you can see in the picture here, we're working on La Valley Lane. Many of you would see this when you drive by every day, that we have a crew out there right now stripping the topsoil, hauling in clay, and topping it with gravel. What we intend to do there is make a bin yard, which will be like the new home on the south side of the valley for 4C farms, and be the hub going forward. So very exciting. And by the end of June, the bins should be delivered. So stay tuned for that. When we do our fall assembly update, the picture will look much different than this one. So moving on the cattle side of things. So this is really Terry and Alan's wheelhouse. There's currently 125 cows, 4 bulls. We just bought 2 new bulls after we had culled some old ones, some bred heifers and replacement heifers. So the ranch yard has been, you know, it's an older yard. It's in ill repair. The handling facilities aren't great. So slowly, as we've been able to increase our financial position, we've been picking away at trying to make it a safer and more efficient handling facility for the crew to manage the cattle. So last fall we installed 2 new water bowls, and this year we're looking to upgrade the actual corral system. And in terms of the cattle herd, we're really pleased with how they've been producing. Definitely investing in good quality genetic bulls has helped us increase our weaning weights. And so what does increasing a weaning weight mean? It means that the calf you raise in the fall weighs more, and the more it weighs, the more money you get when you take it to auction, which helps the overall profitability of 4C farms. So we've definitely seen increases over previous years with our weaning weights. And so far this spring, the calving's been going really well. There's just a 2% loss rate, which is fantastic. So overall, the goal at 4C is to try and bring our cattle herd numbers back up to about 150 cows and continue to grow. So that's the cattle side of things. And we have just a few pictures here. Oh, so you can see Alan, he's really been spending a lot of time with the animals. That's him petting one of the herd bulls in the picture to the right. So his effort and patience with the animals certainly has paid off. And bumping ahead, I think we just have one more slide if you want to bump ahead. Yeah, so here's just a few pictures. So this is the barley crop that's down on La Valley Lane there. You can see it's all already up, and here's some pictures of this year's spring calf herd. So that's the conclusion for the presentation tonight. All the other exciting things that we're working on, other projects, I'll be talking a little bit more about tomorrow night when we do the ventures update. So if there's any questions, I'd definitely be happy to answer those now.
Well, thank you, Jessica. Just a few comments, then there is some questions. I'll start off with the solar. It's James Leroy. You said James DeLorme. I just wanted to make sure that, no worries. I know we just call him James when we see him. So Jesse James, I call him, but James Leroy, you'll see him driving around the community going to the solar. You know, the solar on the reserve, just to kind of share, you look at it as a 20-year lifeline. Yeah, we put some money up front, but a majority of it has been paid from a grant. After around 7 years, we'll make back what we put in. So year 8 to 20 is like saving money for us. We're not selling it to the grid. We're just able to minimize our utilities. So, and then secondly, it allows our youth to look at them and see something different and maybe want to go into engineering, or the impact of these is all positive. So Jessica was the one that helped us get the grant, and now they're on the reserve. So I look forward to that opening of that in June. Jessica, one of the comments is a battery storage for these one on the reserve. I know the answer, there is no battery storage to them, but somebody just made that comment because we do have battery storage in Regina. I don't know if you had any quick comment to that.
Yeah, that's a great question. I've actually done a little bit of research to look at potentially bringing the batteries that are at the Regina site back home to the reserve. So we're evaluating that to see if the connection to any one of the buildings might be possible. What we're finding at this point is the battery size is pretty big compared to any one of our installations on the reserve. So we're not sure it makes the most economic sense just yet to bring those batteries back home to the reserve. But if what you're asking is there's potential for smaller battery systems to be installed, most definitely there is. The challenge is the cost of batteries is still quite high and the economics aren't quite there yet. But definitely for northern communities who don't have a reliable grid access, like we're pretty lucky here in the south that we don't have nearly the SaskPower disruptions that they do in the north. So, you know, our desire for battery would really just be one where we don't want to be reliant on SaskPower, so let's have batteries and we'll offset and we'll produce our own. Whereas in the north, it's really a reliance issue. So I'm not sure the economics are there yet, but definitely something that we've been considering.
Good. You know, just moving on to 4C farms, you know, for decades, way before us, our Kukums and Mushums, some of our mom and dads farmed this land. Unfortunately, in the last generation, we have reverted to non-Cowessess members farming our land. Agriculture was a vision at treaty. It was something for our economics, and it's a huge industry if you approach it right. Cowessess has re-entered it as a incorporated Cowessess business. And in year 2, we have, we're farming from La Valley Lane in front of my house all the way down to by Grady's that way. And, you know, it's everything we make, we're going to reinvest in, you know, in 5 years to 6 years when we grow our 4C to be a multi-million-dollar farming industry. You know, we're going to start to see more perks beyond just investment, but pay back to the band and jobs and assets. The home quarters, Jessica, the picture, we have a few homes that are pretty close to that area. How safe is that to have it there? Just for assurance of the homes around there, rodents, stuff like that, noise. They're just, you know, really, we couldn't put it any one place without it impacting someone. But if you can just make a comment there.
Yeah, for sure. So the decision was made between a combination of the 4C farm staff, working with the land department and working with council to evaluate all the factors. And one of the really big factors was close access to power. So that was one. And another one was access to the main 605 grid. We didn't want to put the main vineyard kind of on more of a secondary road, because when we have our semis coming in and out, hauling the grain, they need really good access. And so that was a really big consideration point. Another consideration point was finding a spot where we as community members could really keep an eye on things, right? So it was out and it was public, and as we drive by, we can kind of monitor it, just to ensure the safety and security of the assets that we're investing in. So that was part of the site selection process. And who was involved. In terms of the kind of the concern maybe about rodents, grain, like the bins that we're purchasing, they're steel hopper bins. So like, I don't think I've ever, I've lived on a farm my whole life. I've never seen any rodents really around those ones. They would typically be more in the flat bottom wood bins where the mice get into, but we don't intend to put any of those at this site. They'll all be the ones that are up on the steel frames. So I wouldn't be too concerned about the rodents, if that was a concern there. And now, was there some other questions?
There was a question, Jessica, about the 4C farms, the cattle.
Sure.
Where do we sell? And is there options for citizens to buy when it's time to sell for their own, not to raise, but to eat?
Yeah, for sure. So, you know, we've really just taken really the status kind of farm model where we're raising the cattle, the calves, we're weaning them in the fall, and we're selling them to the auction mart. The check that comes back, it goes right back into the 4C account, and we use it to pay for the cost of the fuel and the loan payments on the tractor and the wages. So, you know, really the sale of the cattle right now is coming right back to fuel the operation and growth of the farm. Can you purchase a cow? We haven't done that yet, just because it's kind of like a smaller, more ad hoc thing. If there's input from the community that they want to do that, we could take that back and we could evaluate that in the future.
Thank you. The next question is and just more of a comment, and I'll answer it. There was a comment, who pays, does the farmers pay for the infrastructure for the roads? So just to let you know, Loretta and the lands department, they collect the rent. So a non-Cowessess farmer would pay $50 an acre, which is fair market value. That money goes into Revenue Trust, and then Revenue Trust draws it back, and it goes to public works and other unfunded areas. Cowessess citizens, we get the reduced rate. It's $10 an acre. So even 4C Farms is paying to farm our land, and it's just an internal from one department to the other. And you know, this is all of ours. This is really important for our economics of our future. We're in the middle of agriculture central, and we want to participate. We don't want to just be a land renter. It also creates jobs, and it's not easy. Like, I'll give you an example. 4C Farms, Terry and Big Al, they're getting up there in age, and we're having a challenge with trying to find a capable Cowessess citizen to oversee the cattle. It's not an 8 to 4 job. It's 7 days a week, and Terry and Big Al do a great job, but we do have some challenges there. When it comes to the grain farming, the machinery is pretty simple to use, but it's a very expensive, like a used combine is $350,000. And so we don't want to just throw anybody in a combine. We got to make sure that they are, trained and whatnot. And then lastly, cattle and grain, we're strong believers. It's a part of our future for economics. And this is a little bit of risk we're taking at the beginning. There was a comment that community members, were not involved in this. I apologize. I'm the one that is, helping with a lot of these decisions. And, these are not selfish things. These are community growth things. And, we have to get better at better communication. This General Assembly being one of them, but we can do more. And so Jessica leads a great team with Terry, Big Al and Reed in this area, and then as well as with Ventures and then with the solar. So she has definitely become our rover and everything that we send to her. But I hope I addressed those questions correctly. I'm just going to leave it for last comments because we're like way behind in time, and we just want to give that respect to everybody.
The disability question for the stores.
There we go. Somebody made a comment, Jessica, under the stores, and we can talk about this tomorrow with Catherine, but disability, someone with a disability wants to make sure that they're treated fairly when they apply as someone that doesn't have a disability. I know the store doesn't fall under your mandate, but indirectly, if you had a comment there, and then we'll just address it tomorrow at the Ventures update as well.
Yeah, for sure. I would say if there's any member who has a direct concern, to definitely be right in touch with Cowessess Ventures, express the concern, express the situation so we're aware of it, and then we can help resolve it from there. So.
Sounds good. Well, you're doing a great job. And Jessica came to us about 2 months ago, and she got us, helped us get a $3.5 million grant. That's the biggest grant Cowessess has ever gotten. So that's going to help for our investments in future solar. So thanks.
One last question.
One last question.
Are we looking into training anybody in agriculture to take over?
Are we looking into training people in agriculture?
I would love to field this question. I would just put this shout out to the community that if there is a young, motivated individual who wants to work the hours and will be dedicated, we would love to take them under our wing on the farm and mentor them. That is our long-term objective. We've dabbled with that a little bit. We haven't found success yet. And one of the things that I've found, and I'm actually sitting on a University of Saskatchewan advisory committee for curriculum, is developing curriculum for, it's called it'd be called Agriculture 101. So the very basics of why do we rock pick? What is the process to seeding? Why do we use chemical? All those really basic functions that maybe folks who aren't really adapt or come from an agriculture family or community know. We have to get the folks from Cowessess and other First Nation communities that very basic training to understand the whole magnitude of everything on a farm. So I'm definitely happy to say that I've been working with CEF and SIT and U of S to provide the experience that we've learned through 4C farms back to them to help develop some sort of training course that could be beneficial to our young community members.
Perfect. And thank you, Jessica. And just to add on to that, someone put it in the chat, work with Natasha and the principal and CCEC. Maybe we could do something out of the school as well. Awesome. Well, thank you, Jessica. You're doing a great job. And let Terry and Big Al and Reed and Justin James and all the solar and Daphne, they're doing a great job. And it really shows we're building our economics in the community. Okay, well, we'll see you tomorrow. I'm gonna just unping you. You could stay on if you want, but you're not gonna be the main face here. And speaking of bulls, we got Jamie coming up here in a little bit. So, oh yeah. So at this time, I want to welcome Loretta. We are officially 36 minutes behind time. I apologize, everybody. We're doing amazing here. So let me get my view back to ping me. Hang on. Chasqua. Let's see here. Okay. Ping. There we go. All right. Well, good evening, Loretta.
Good evening, Chief.
Loretta being a grandma in the community and I call her the stern director. Yeah, she will challenge the chief without even skipping a breath. And I gotta, she's amazing. We'll get right into your PowerPoint and we will have a discussion after.
Hey, thank you, Chief. Also, thank you for being late. I was cutting my lawn before I come and I actually came early, thinking would be early. Sorry, I just had to say that. Anyway, I'm Loretta DeLarme. I'm Director of Land. I oversee all the land management part of the land, the budgets, the interest letters, meetings, permits, leases, agreements, payments, receipts, etc. I'm a jack of all trades in land. I'm so proud of my staff. We have Christopher, we're actually short-staffed, but we make it work with only 5 of us looking after over 100,000 acres. There's our staff. There's my team. And Christopher, he's the leasing officer 1. He does the home reserve monitoring and does the receipts for them and chases payments and all of that. Dennis, he's new to us. He came to us in December. And he does the TLE lands, the P Simple lands, and does the same thing as Christopher, but under P Simple side. Stephanie, she's our main person for our office, and she does everything for us. We'd be lost without her. Lois, she's our lands acquisition team for TLE. She works for TLE, but she's under lands. And she does the turning land to reserve status and investing money with the trustees. I do all of that.
Oh, is that okay?
And our revenue, all our revenue comes from INAC, the reserve side. And the TLE reserve is 75,000, over 75,000 acres. The home reserve 9,000. The simple land is up to 15,000 plus. So that's actually, when you look at the Sparvier map, that quarter section on the map, that's a quarter section. So only 5 of us look after 626 quarter sections in 21 RMs. So, and to date, I believe we have maybe out of all the 100,000 acres is maybe 3 is not rented out.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Good
Thanks
efficiency.
to the leasing officers. There's a revenue that we're going to be bringing in the spring. PLE reserve is 662,000 plus, and we collected today. Well, there's more receipts that added. There's a couple more that came in, and we collected 590,000 plus. On the home reserve, we bringing in over 224,000, and we collected 223,000. Fee simple land, it's 161,000 plus, and we collected 111. We deal with 105 farmers, 8 band members, 1 entity, 160 permits, 32 leases, and 21 RMs. And I just want to talk about this map. See, this is the map of the home reserve. And if the membership can see all the thing in yellow, that's what 4C Farms is going to be farming. And we moved all our farmers, we color coded them before they were all over the place.
Little checkers.
Little checkers, yeah. Sometimes we have 3 people on 1 quarter section. So we put them all in blocks. So we have 1 farmer like in the southeast corner, we have 1 in the southwest corner, another one like keeping them in blocks.
Consistent.
Consistent. And all our money comes from INAC, like I said before, 348,886,000. And the other 10,000, that is from selling our bales on 1/3, 2/3 share. And we have bins out there and we rent those closets out to the farmers. Yes. And so 358,000, and that includes all our wages, our office space rental, our insurance, our legal fees, or etc.
Yeah.
Short-term goal is to deal with our certificate of possessions. My historical research was done on our nation and found out that Cowessess had no CPs. We have 2 netties, 1 CP, 1 CP in 2000 and 1 CP in 2018. Our long-term goal is to get rid of the leafy spurs on the home reserve. That's a long-term thing. I'm getting frustrated.
Goats, is that the solution?
The goats are still coming, but you gotta be consistent every year. So we're thinking about buying our own goats.
Then we need someone to look after
Yes.
those goats.
Yeah.
Right, so then we got another job. We need a goat herder. Jamie, are you a goat whisperer? Okay.
And a long-term goal for our lands is Cowessess land laws. No more ISC.
Self-government.
Yes. Challenges in the lands department. Our own members, our own band members don't understand the process and still think it's their land when the court says it's communal land. Another says it's a treaty right and they don't want to pay band member rates at $10 an acre, which I think is a deal and a half. The home reserve is not surveyed, which is a bit of a challenge to figure out, but we're figuring it out. And, the land city idle is another challenge. You know, we have the city 1936 Albert Street that came to reserve status in 2008, and we've been paying somebody to keep it clean every year.
Oh, that's where our Tim Hortons is being built.
Right now, that's 1246. That's the old Buffet Village. Right
Oh,
next-
beside it.
Beside it, yes.
Office space then.
Office space soon, yeah. And then now Yorkton property. And so we're cleaning up that too. And we need to keep on educating our people and that are willing to work with us. And it's coming along slowly but surely. And oh yeah, I said that was what do we expect in the next 6 months to 2 years? It's going to be our first head lease with Eagle Women's Tribunal with the Lands Department, putting a new building on designated land on the home reserve, our CP situation resolved, and the leafy spurs being resolved. Gold grazing for leafy spurs will start on June 1st. The application was done, and we got 30,565,000 for the goat grazing.
Nice.
And you're gonna see the goats all over this year. It's just gonna be rotating.
Okay.
From one end to the other as far as we can go.
Nice. Jamie, no goat specials on last up this summer.
Fencing, the guys are doing a project, 8 miles of fence this year, and that's not cheap, you know, material is getting outrageous.
Loretta, really quick, is that contract 8 miles or is that staff 8 miles?
Contract 8 miles.
So are you going to be posting for
Yes.
contracts? So
Yes.
people who are post pounders.
And we're going to be doing 11 dugouts and 7 deepened dugouts. Last year we dug, I forget how many, 8 dugouts. I was getting scared. You know, even with the farmers, I was scared before it rained.
Yeah.
I was getting gray hair because there was no rain coming. But with this rain that came, it filled up our dugouts
Nice.
that we did last year.
That's a landowner responsibility to do dugouts?
Yes, yes. We requested funds from the RTA to get this done. We also need 2 miles of bush. There's a east half that hasn't been rented out forever and ever, but the bush is thick, so we need to get that bush cleared. So there's another contract job there too, if somebody has a track hole or whatever, right? To push this bush to do our fence line. Once we get that fence and put a dugout in, it's gonna go like that. If it's not already gone, you know, the guys might have got it rented out.
Yeah.
And then we do an application back with the Farm and Ranch program, and they give us back on half of what we spend. Say if we spend 2,800 on a dugout, we'll get half of that back. We partnered up with U of S, Melissa Arkan, and we did some soil testing.
Is that you?
That's me.
Oh, you look tough.
We did some soil sampling on the TLE reserve and the home reserve. We need to get a better understanding of the land on how the previous renter had taken care of the land.
So when we rent our land to 4C farm farmers, we can't control, well, we can, but we're not identifying the chemicals.
Right.
And the amount of chemicals and hydro they're putting, and that's what you're doing.
Yes. Yeah. And then we could get a better understanding of fair market value. And it helps promote sustainable ag practices. And then now we just have to wait for the results. That's the first time I've ever did soil sampling.
Yeah.
And they go down a little bit, then they go deeper and deeper. And yeah, I think it's down to 16 inches or something like that.
Chemical can go down that much?
Yeah. And then they take a shovel from the top, and then where if it's a hilly, they'll take it at the bottom. You can see the difference.
Okay.
It's just unreal. It's just
So the end result with that is that we'll make sure that we have better policies.
Yes.
For future renters.
Yes.
And now with 4C farms, we have more control on our chemicals.
Yes.
You know, if you move that digger off it, I'd probably be like one of your dance moves right now.
Next slide. And this is just some pictures of the members off the reserve to see the landscape of how we are.
Beautiful.
And this is out by the southwest corner from
Hobo.
Land.
Is that what you call Hobo land?
Yeah. And
why do you call it Hobo land?
That's why my time will just live over there.
Oh.
I might be old, but not that
I'm not trying to age you. Yeah.
Just some more pictures of the landscapes of what we look at.
That's Grady's.
That's Grady's. This one I couldn't figure out where it was.
No, go back. Isn't that Dorleans?
Yeah. Yes, that's Dorleans.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you should get wave at us.
And just see, you can see how the landscape is from the coulee, and then you see the land on top, right? That's just so.
That's
just
a beautiful. Is this by Horry's Crossing?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Amazing.
There's a couple of things that I forgot to talk about.
Yep.
I have to put on my slide.
Okay.
That we partnered up with Ducks Unlimited too. And last year, and we did a permit with them. They do rent our land. They rent a section plus the west half, and they pay us rent for it.
Yeah.
And then they gave us an annual payment of over $26,000.
Nice.
And they did 25 acres of restoration.
Yeah.
And they paid us for that.
So they're renting our land, but instead of farming it, they're restoring it
Yes.
back to its natural
And-
state.
Yes.
So ducks and other animals can have a place.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yep. To bring back the habitat back to our First Nation, there is illegal trenching that was happening in the north. You know, it wasn't any of our guys, but it was other farmers.
Right.
So and that's how come the streams were leaving us. So we have to bring that back. It also helps buffering with floods and erosion of soils too. So it helps the land itself.
And being stewards, you know, you see more and more land being pushed away.
Yes.
You know, those ducks and all those animals need to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And now we're playing our part in restoring in areas. Good.
Yeah. Another part that I sit on is the Capel Valley Water Stewardship Program. I only went to about 5 meetings, and it consists of Enbridge, Cowessess, High Pot, Muscogin, and Pasqua. And you know, I sit on there with 2 chiefs, and it's amazing how they are. Like, I don't know how your chiefs meeting can be, but these chiefs are outspoken. A good learning experience, you know, and kind of intimidates me, you know.
Well, you intimidate me.
And they did some sampling from up north by Craven. Then they come down to the Capel River, and they did 7 sampling spots up to Muscogin.
Okay.
And there was arsenic found on 2 spots, which is common, starting to be common more in Saskatchewan. There was also aluminum and iron too that were all. And now Enbridge is winding down.
Yeah.
Chief Pegan is trying to get TFHQ to find funding to keep this project
Nice.
going. And that way, hopefully they can come further south.
Good, down the Copel.
Come down
Yep,
that.
towards us.
Yeah.
Very good.
But other than that.
Good. I got some questions. One of the online comments says is if we bring in a taxation, would we make more money off of our renters on the land?
Yes, we would.
There we go. That's one of our
Yes.
self-government goals is to bring in taxation. I know Zagame, our neighbor, is doing one. Ccac. It's a swear word, you know, it
Yeah.
almost sounds like it breaches treaty, but you know, it could be worked in a way where it actually works into self-government and respecting our rights. So the other one was what are Yorkton lands? It's just more of a comment. Build a Costco. I'd absolutely love a Costco there, but you know, we have been assessing many options on that land. It is big enough for commercial like that, but you know, in order to build it, the business plan has to follow it.
Yeah.
Like another one was we were assessing a Galaxy movie theater, but Yorkton is compared to Moose Jaw in population, and the Galaxy company said, well, Moose Jaw is not making money, and so we don't see Yorkton as a viable business.
Wow.
So, but anyways, we do have to, we have prime land there. Hopefully Walmart will just build a little gazebo onto our land and put a till there so we can buy everything tax-free. But
There you go.
wishful thinking. The other comments I had really quickly is you have been pushing with your great team fair market value of
Yes.
our land. Over the years, we have been renting our land below fair market value. On the reserve, when we didn't oversee it, land was being rented with handshakes of $10, $15, $20. Now all these farmers pay fair market value. That money goes into the revenue trust, and then we draw that money out to go to unfunded areas like roads, recreation, urban, and stuff like that. So, and I just wanted to mention that TLE and lands have amalgamated in the administration part because TLE doesn't have enough acres. We don't have enough to sustain a big its own department as it used to be with Ralph and everybody. So now Loretta and on our behalf, we have an agreement with TLE where we look after their administration and stuff like that. And then lastly, we fenced around that behind the mall 2 years ago. I don't know if people see that fence by our community garden. We were hoping to start some kind of horse therapy, or right now it's our horse jail place. So if someone's horses are wild, we're gonna go throw them in there till we figure it out. But we did fence it and we're hoping to get into some kind of maybe under prevention or something, horse therapy for our community. But anyways, I think I addressed all the questions. We're way behind time. Any last comments? You got an amazing team. You look after a lot of land, and I have no worries with you there. Yeah, so, thank you, Loretta.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody, for sticking on. We have 2 more presentations tonight. Jody, I was gonna go right to Jamie, but we got Jody Delorme. Where is Jody Delorme?
Can you hear me?
Oh, look at that. We could share screens. I didn't know this. Hi, Jody, but people don't want to see me, so I'll unpin me.
We don't see you.
Oh, you don't?
No. Oh, yeah, we only see you.
But now you don't see me.
We only see you.
only
see you. We only see you.
How come? But I pinned Jane. I pinned Jody.
When she talks, she'll
Try again.
Okay, remove pin from Jody. Sorry, having technical difficulties here. Pin Jody. Still nothing.
No.
Okay, Jody. Well, hi, Jody.
Hi.
We're gonna go right into your presentation.
Okay.
I see
All
you
right.
now.
Okay, Jody.
Oh, we lost her.
Welcome.
She's
Jody is our
second.
Director of Urban Services, has been with us for over a decade, has been doing great things with our great team. So without further ado, Jody, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, everybody. At the urban office, we have a mandate there to deliver programs and services on behalf of our membership, following our urban department policy. We also advocate and assist members when needed, and our goal is to continue to improve the quality of life for our community and our members and to help achieve self-sufficiency. Next.
I'm your Vanna White here. Yeah, go for it.
Alrighty, so I'm the Director of Urban Services along with Frances Delorme. She's our program assistant. She's been with us for almost 3 years now. We have Janice LaRoche. She's our receptionist, but she's currently on leave. We have Sandra LaValle. She's our janitor, and she also does casual work for us, and as well as Jeannie Haywahay. She does casual work. Our operating budget is $461,276, and our source of funding comes from First Nation Trust dollars, as well as grants and proposals. Next slide. Okay, so our short-term goal at the urban office is to provide additional programming. So within our urban department policy, we do offer a youth assistance program, which covers sports fees, school supplies, and travel for extracurricular activities through sports or school. We also have a mobility assistance program. Under there, it's extended care. So anything that's not covered through non-insured health benefits. And we also have a lifestyles program. So it's any type of equipment that's not covered through non-insured health. We also have our home ownership program. We also have our home renovation program. With the home ownership program, it's to help first-time homeowners with up to $5,000. We also have a membership assistance program, driver's program. We also offer medical transportation services to our seniors over 55 and also to those living with a mobility issue. We also provide foot care services, and that's through one of our band members, Shirley Wilson. We do have a transitional allowance program, and that's helped to transition into new employment or to help with tools or if you need short-term training. We have senior programs, youth programs, and adult programming, along with, we also do Christmas. This past year, we gave out over 500 gift cards to our youth. We were unable to host the Christmas dinners due to COVID. We also used to have a summer youth program, but that we weren't able to have that this past summer. So in regards to providing more programming, we currently have a Tuesday hot supper program. So that's to provide a hot meal to our seniors, our band members, and some of the community around in partnership with the Mama-Waitin Center. So it's the community members around there. We have volunteers that deliver to our seniors. We also have a seniors health kick program. So what we do on a weekly basis is we offer a staple of food, which would consist of vegetables, dairy, bread, and fruit. So that would be additional programming. And then we also have, we just secured some funding for a Kinship X program. So what that is, it'll provide programming for more youth and seniors. And we're going to be purchasing tablets to do different activities with them through Zoom. And then our long-term goal, like to provide more programming and services in other urban centers. You know, it would be nice to have an urban office in each major city, or even just to rent office space, you know, start off in maybe Saskatoon and, you know, but for that, we would definitely have to secure additional funding. We would need to hire more staff and collaborate with other First Nations or organizations. And for that, we were able to collaborate with White Bear in providing our members with care packages during COVID. So we were able to give out 525 care packages to our members throughout Saskatchewan. We also received donations from FSIN. We gave out over 300 care packages to our members in and around Regina. Next slide. So one of our challenges at the urban office is lack of funding. So we try our best to assist our members in different capacities when needed, but with limited funding, there's only so much that we can provide. And with that, like, we try and advocate as best as we can. If we don't have a program that can assist a band member, you know, we do try and find a program out there. What can we expect in the next 6 months to 2 years? So I would like to see us expand what we already have, and then just to acquire more funding, you know, to enhance them and also offer additional programming and services. Yeah. And what? Yeah, sorry.
No worries. Very good, Jody.
Still nervous
I just
after
wanted
how
to-
many times? Sorry,
Oh,
I'm a little shaky.
you're doing amazing. I can't pin you, so you're everybody can see everybody. So I guess that's, you don't have to be so shy now, because everybody can see everybody. But I just wanted to mention really quickly on a personal note, Jody is what you call one of our warrior directors. She had a baby on a Friday, and she was back to work Monday. Oh,
Saturday, and then I was
Saturday. Back to work Monday. Ah, you're amazing. There was one comment made, Jody, about our what was it called again?
Disabled.
You mentioned in our house,
Mobility.
in our disabled mobility.
Mobility.
Am I saying that right?
Mobility splits
Mobility supports.
for unfunded.
Yeah.
payments.
So we focus on elders, but a band member, citizen asked, does that include non-elders? Oh, I'm having trouble with
the mobility assistance program, like anything that's not covered through.
Yeah, the mobility assistance program.
That's for anybody. It's not just for seniors. It's anything, you know, if there's glasses or dental work or any medication that's not covered, then yes, it's for everybody.
Perfect.
What about additional support such as assistance to find a job?
Where's the goal with Urban Office in regards to helping with employment, training? I know there's a lot of organizations in Regina that do that, and we don't want to double do that with our office, but has there been any ideas or thoughts for that?
We're still kind of talking about that, but I mean, like, there are some members that would, you know, rather come to us, you know, and we just like to be there for them, whether, you know, if they need help with their resumes or anything like that, or just even to come in for coffee or just to chat, you know, it's always good. And like, I love my job, you know, and I try and help our members as best as we can. I have a great team, like Frances, she goes above and beyond, you know, for our members. And without her, like, you know, I don't know where I'd be. She's amazing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And no, I agree. We moved the urban office 2 years ago to Albert Street by Tim Hortons to make a better location for services. There's a couple big rooms in the office. If someone hasn't been to the urban office, even though COVID limits us, but you know, we should try to make it a point to get there at some point. We offer drum and share, elders. We do sandwich to the streets, but everything kind of COVID paused. My last comment, Jody, and question before we go to our last presentation tonight is COVID. The urban office has stepped up its role in helping our citizens with COVID. And yes, we can't get to everybody in every city, but we have been doing some pretty great initiatives. How has COVID been from your point as the director of urban services?
It's been hard. And also, like, working from home and not being able to be there, and to have members come in. But it's great to be able to provide them, you know, with whether or not they require masks or, you know, sanitizer, or, you know, it's unfortunate that we can't have any of our programming. Like we had to stop doing our drum and share. We had to stop doing our volleyball program. Our seniors used to meet once a month, you know, things like that. It's made it hard, you know, and we need to, that our youth and our seniors, they need our support, you know, and Francis has been coming up with some great ideas, you know, and to keep them healthy and active, you know, and I just hope things, you know, are going to get better and that we're able to meet in person.
Yeah. Jody, you and the team are doing a great job. I have no more questions, so we'll move on to our last presentation of the night. So thank you, Jody. Keep up the great work.
All right, thank you.
All right. All right, save the best for last. Even that Penae, did it not?
No, stuff is on you.
Okay, let's see. Jody's still here, so maybe I have to unpin her. Remove pin from Jody. Am I still not the main picture? Oh, our pinning is not working here. Let's see here. Full gallery. Let's see. Sorry, I'm not good. See you. Have a good night. I'm not saying see you though on Zoom. Someone left the chamber, so don't go. We're gonna make the draw for the $500 patio set soon as our last presentation. So without further ado, speaking of bulls earlier, we got Jamie Delorme here. I apologize, I can't make it on my screen, so we're just gonna have to go like this. I'm pinning it on mine, but it doesn't want to see.
Did you hand over host to anybody?
No, I'm still the host. I'm not sure why, but we're so late in the evening. I just want to get us to the finish line. So without further ado, the one and only, and no, he's not working fine option. He's actually the manager, Jamie Delorme.
What? I thought I started off with fine option. Well, good evening, everybody. Good to be here with everybody. I've been the golf manager for almost 2 seasons. I'm starting my 3rd one now. Most of my budget comes from more or less our revenues, which is more or less from our green fees, everything we rent, our rentals, our food, our beverage sales, our confectionery sales, and we usually do pretty good with that. My actual budget's just over 400,000 for revenue. I do have my expenses, which the bulk of my expenses is our chemicals, our grass, our repairs and maintenance, alcohol supplies, groceries. So we do usually run a bit of a deficit, but we can explain why we're having a deficit because of major projects we have been doing at the golf course this past year. Right now, our short-term goals one of them was we completed last year. We were playing hole 7, which was down for almost 10 years. We're playing it this year. This year, my short-term goal was to completely play 18 holes. And my mandate for that is July. That's still looking good for July. But as for our long-term goal, we just want to be one of the best places to golf in Saskatchewan, as we once were. And as you can see, some of the pictures I put up here from 2019, you can see that's how it was when I started. So we kind of worked at it over the years, and in 2020, that's what it looks like. And then for 2021, I probably won't show you till the fall assembly, because we did all of the greens in the back, so it all looks perfect back there. I actually went back there today.
It looks beautiful. So that's hole 13.
That's hole 13. That's the only one I had 2019 and 2020.
When we saved you in Calgary, you looked like 2019, and then when you moved home, now you look like 2020.
Oh, thank you, Chief. Thank you. That's a big improvement. But of course, with every season that comes along, we always have problems. We always have a couple of situations already right away. We couldn't find a part for one of our machines, and the only place they could find it was in the UK, and it would take 4 months to get. Yeah, so it was just easier to buy a used machine to help us get going rather than waiting 4 months.
Maybe Councillor John could use his mileage.
Well, see if he'll donate it to us. But we have slowly been repairing all the golf course since I started in 2019. Because you know, there was the flood in 2011 and 2013. But we should be completed. I'm excited for that. Everybody that's been out golfing's excited about that. They said our front line looks perfect.
Oh, it's in great shape.
I hate to say, I felt like I was cheating on last oak. I went golfing in Melville. Our fairways are better than theirs.
Absolutely.
I was really.
But you do cheat at golf, though.
Yeah, well, I have to go and do some PR work, just compare.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I gotta make PR work with them and everywhere else. But that's the only place I cheated on so far. So as I was talking, what we can expect in the next few months, we are planning to plant a few oak trees. I think we were planning 3 oak trees to plant this year on the golf course.
That's right.
So we're hoping it'll be our last oak tree. Just kidding, I just have to say that. Good one. But yeah, over the next couple of years, we want to be one of the best golf courses in Saskatchewan again.
That's the goal. You know, this year, 2021, Last Oak, the full 18, has turned 50 years old. Yes, 50 years old this year. The Last Oak trees are to represent the 50th anniversary. And, you know, I just want to tell everybody listening, Last Oak is in good hands. It's in great shape. You know, people are using it. Our citizens are golfing more. COVID has actually saved golf. More people are golfing now. So, you know, not trying to find benefits to COVID, but, you know, golfing has been one that people have increased. Is there something we could do to more engage band members to golf, citizens to golf, tournaments? Yeah, and is there anything we have planned for the 50th anniversary?
Actually, we are planning to have a big golf tournament. I think we're still debating whether late August or late September sometime.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for my partner that's supposed to be helping me. We've never had a meeting yet, but we know it's in the works.
This partner's a real good looking guy, wears a tie. Is that the guy you're talking
Yeah,
about?
that's kind of the one. But I know we did have a few people asking about that already, and I said, nope, that's still a go. That's gonna happen.
Cowessess citizens pay $10 to golf.
Actually, it's Cowessess. All the 4 bands pay $10.
Yeah.
They all paid their membership.
So you know, some will say, well, I'm a band member, I shouldn't have to pay, you know, and that's the challenge is it is a business. You do run a deficit.
Yes.
You do have to try and make money. We have provided a $10 fee for members. The normal to golf 18 or to golf, how much is it? To golf if you weren't a member.
It is $25.
So you get a $15 rate reduction. You know, I don't have much more, but I just wanted to mention about the food. Food is great. You do daily specials, you post them, and people just pick it up. Is that how it works right now?
Yeah.
Are you going to open the restaurant soon?
Actually, I'm hoping to open the restaurant next week.
Okay.
So that's going to be a bonus for us. With COVID, actually golf sales have been up drastically from last year. We actually opened 3 weeks earlier than we usually open. So that's really helped us a lot. I was kind of surprised myself.
So opening 3 weeks early has made us make more revenue?
Yes, kind of actually made us a lot of revenue. I hate to say it.
That's a good thing. Well, I have no more further questions. I know it's late in the night and Jamie waited till the end. Oh, is there online?
Yeah. What are the benefits of sponsoring a hole?
Oh, so we have sponsors on the on each hole. What is the benefit and is that happening?
Actually, that is happening. I'm working on that as we speak. If you want to contact me, my number is just kidding. Call the golf course
Grayson Wall at the bar. Oh.
Actually, I have it set at $1,700 to do a hole sponsor
for the summer.
For the summer, you get your little advertising on one of the holes. You also get 25 green fee tickets.
Okay.
as part of it and 13 carts.
Ooh, there we go. It's worth it.
It is
There
worth
we
it.
go. Good.
One more question. When is Jamie gonna put them turkey necks on his lunch special?
When is Jamie gonna put the turkey necks on the lunch special?
I'm working on that after the goat. Don't tell Loretta.
So the tripe special, the head cheese special. Well, thank you, Jamie. You and the team. You got the maintenance. You got the pro shop and the clubhouse, the food. So very good job.
Actually, you know, just to mention, like,
Yep.
we are working just on bare minimum staff right now, and with COVID, we're actually doing really good. I really appreciate the team we have.
If you have a chance, get down to the golf course. Take a look at it. It's beautiful, in great shape.
There was a suggestion on the chat about past employees for the 50th anniversary to have their pictures displayed on a wall.
Ooh,
For
good
the past
idea.
50
Actually,
years.
we are talking about that already,
Nice,
yes.
nice. So we're gonna have to get pictures and maybe even bring someone like Howie and Curtis and Ken back for the day. And I'm just naming those three because I remember them all the time there. But definitely.
Actually, I think I hate to say, I'm probably the one that's been there the longest now.
Absolutely. Oh, one last thing. The old Pro Shop house on hole 1 has to come down.
Yeah, there was a lot of, I guess you could say it was water damage.
Yeah.
Because it kind of destroyed 2 of the walls in the corner. So I got the community building guys come look at it, and they told me that it was unsafe to work in.
So in the next month or 2, it'll be removed.
Yes, we're trying to save the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
The bottom might be still be good, but
okay,
we won't know until we tear the top
All
down.
right, so good. Well, thank you, Jamie. If there's no other comments for Jamie, you're doing an awesome job. Well, that concludes our first of 2 days agenda of our General Assembly. It's we're how far behind were we?
35 minutes.
Oh, not bad. Well, actually 8:20 I said.
Oh, yeah.
So 20 minutes, but we have a draw. And Jamie's gonna make it because I don't want you to gun me off when you don't win.
Well, they're gonna gun me off
I'd
now.
rather them gun you off than me. I could sleep with that. So everybody who participated is put into this bag, sponsored by Canada Potash. No, it's not. It's really selling. I don't even know what a bag is. So just to give you an example, your name is on there like that on a piece of paper, and you will win a $500 patio set. All right, give it the Sega, show your hand, Jamie.
Oh yeah, there. You guys don't blame me if you don't
Okay,
win.
Pick one. Here we go. Drum roll.
Where's the drum roll?
Okay. Read it out.
Joanne Buckles.
Hey, Joanne Buckles won. So thank you very much. Tomorrow we start at 4. Tomorrow we're doing more of the governance, chief and council, all of our entities, Eagle Woman Tribunal, Ventures, Chief Red Bear, Mickey Wom, Little Child Holdings, and then we're going to move into our chief and council updates. So tomorrow, 4 o'clock. I hope you all enjoyed this, and we'll log off at this time. So thank you everybody for participating. Whew, good job, everybody.
All right.